Welcome to part 2 of this Beyond Light lore reading. If you missed part 1, you can try this episode out first to see if this series is for you, and then go back to part 1, without any real spoilers, as they are largely two distinct stories, just from the same expansion. In this episode, we finally get to Beyond Light's in-game campaign. That said, the first 2 chapters will bring us up to speed with the backstories for both Variks and Eramis in the lead-up to events of this expansion, before the final 2 take us through the campaign and post-campaign stories. If you're listening to one of these for the first time, then to set expectations, these episodes are an audio experience of lore readings set to Destiny music, and the visuals you get if you're on YouTube or Spotify, where it is a video podcast, just consist mostly of my commentary for different entries, alongside a related piece of concept art or in-game footage. So they are completely optional, and I encourage you to think of this more as an audiobook that you can play in the background. The seasons that follow Beyond Light feature some of Destiny's greatest story moments, so if you want to get notified when the next episode comes out, give the channel a subscribe or a follow. There are timestamps and a full list of all the entries used in the description below. I hope you enjoy. Chapter 1. Falling. We start with the origin story of the Eliknsi, from the Traveller's arrival in their system, all the way up to the events that play out in Destiny 1. We will experience the Battle of Six Fronts from the Fallen's perspective, hear how Variks betrayed his own people, come face to face with the infamous Fallen mercenary Taniks, and see just how far the Eliknsi can fall. Riis. Dreams of Alpha Lupi. This world is rich with family. You pause to rest. Life is a balm. You must cherish it where you find it. You do not mean to stay, but longing and kinship forestalls your departure time and time again. These little gardeners are such careful stewards of fragility. They sing songs of disasters averted and loved ones lost. They fashion heavy elements combed from the bones of old stars into objects of peace and beauty. You must force yourself to be cruel. Your presence is portent. Memories of Athrys and Eramis. The Eliknsi scribe Variks gives us some insight into Eramis' life when the Traveller still hung above the Eliknsi homeworld. Before the Whirlwind, Variks was friend to many Eliknsi, all united by the grace and gifts of the Great Machine. Variks recalls a dear friend from before the Whirlwind, Athrys. She was an artisan, kind, wise, clever. Variks feels her absence even now. Athrys was Eramis' mate. Their bond was strong. She valued Eramis' strength and stubbornness. Eramis admired her gentle nature. Eramis and Athrys had many hatchlings. For Eliknsi, hatchlings are raised by a village, cherished by all. Their children were being raised to follow Eramis, to keep watch over the movements of the great machine. But she wished for them to be like Athrys, makers, builders. She did not want her children to always be worrying over the skies. That is enough story for now, my friend. The memories are heavy. Perhaps another time. Athrys's Embrace. A recovered audio file of a traditional Eliknsi lullaby. Transcription follows. The suns have set. The day is done. The pink gives way to grey. The beasts of field find warren warm to keep the chill at bay. But you are not a beast, and you are not the sky. You are your mother's love made flesh, fragile as a sigh. And so you need no warren, only mother's warm embrace. A soft cocoon of nursel, our hearts alike in pace. So I hold you, mother strong, love a beacon burning bright, second only to our machine's eternal light. So I hold you, young one, in our machine's eternal light. Guard you as you slumber, dear, in our machine's eternal light. Wake soon, my young so rested, in our machine's eternal light. Feel the mother warmth, hatchling, in our machine's eternal light. Your mothers must retire now, let you pass the night onward. But love will keep a hearth alight, if this, your heart, we stirred. For you are not alone, my nymph, neath your chest our love does beat. So mothers never stray too far, though distant we may be. And we'll embrace in night's retreat, when skies are pink once more, when twilight grounds fear and deceit against the evening's foreign shore. So shed no tear now, my young, you're within my ever sight, for always love it carries by our machine's eternal light. The Whirlwind. Variks the Loyal, scribe of the House of Judgment, recounts the event that set off his people's fall from grace.
Ours was a world of prosperity and peace, not unlike your golden age. We worshipped the great machine. But fate intervened. With it came a whirlwind of destruction. In the chaos, the great machine fled, abandoning us all. Eramis, like most, was left consumed with rage. In the wake of loss, Eramis rebuilt a life, found new family, one forged from anger. Eramis saw only destruction of that which abandoned us.
The Fallen. We have butchers at our gates, forearmed and eager for slaughter. The Fallen are ruthless scavengers, brutal and uncaring. They arrived on their massive catches in the wake of the collapse to loot and pillage our devastated worlds. There are hints of ancient nobility to the Fallen, the scars of lost grandeur. The Kells of their scattered houses still claim to be royalty, but they leave only grief and wreckage in their wake. Onslaught. Perinal Fair's famous alliterative interpretation of an Eliknsi war song. Verses 60 to 70. Kell Drithis the Daring declaimed to the Dreadmakers, Whirlwind whisked us to this war-weary world. We galloped the galaxy to grasp the great machine. It is not our fate to fail on this field. And they went, war-whooping for the white orb, to the wall. Mark the marvellous manslayers who that day marched. Villalix, the unvanquished, Vithrix and Vithalix, Perthis and Pithax, called Peerless and Cirrus Slayer, Rilix, the Revenger, and Eravir the Righteous. But the brutal ones with their bodies barred the way. Their deathless dead ones they call Didans. Verses 315 to 328. Radagast reaved 10 Rikas into Rilix's range. His death blows drove back the ranks of dregs. No numbers could negate the Didan's nerve, until Kiravik's Kingkiller called out to the crew. Summoning her shock-shooters, the sly Baroness stood against Radagast at the 12th Rika and rallied the rabble. Gunned down again and again, the gruesome Didans grew afraid, and the Didans drew back at last, defied and defeated, and marched no more into the field of the machine loyal. Then the righteous righter of wrongs rallied the rabble. Yes, Kiravik's Kingkiller called for a counter-charge. I wish you could witness the waves of warm-ethered warbands. The Didans drew ranks, doughty as walls of Durmatter, but Kiravik's carved cracks in their undead configuration. Verses 401 to 407. Fearful were Kiravik's firebreak foes as back they fell. We thought the white orb, Whirlwind Maker, we had won. But alas, lovely Kiravik's laughter was not long-lived. Before the barriers of broad-shouldered Didans broke, she was slain, singing to the sphere, by Osirix. The Whirlix who wended his way unwatched through the warland. Remember, Kiravik's, the righteous who halted ravaging Radagast. Ghost Fragment. Fallen 4. This happened long ago, but not too long to matter. Ceres rules the asteroid belt. Ceres is the white queen of this space, 400 million kilometers from the sun. Ceres is round. Round means power out here. Nothing else in the belt is big enough to crush itself into a sphere with its own gravity. Ceres has its own chemical stars, shavings of salt and ice that glint in orbit, like a crown. There are other lights, newer stars, newer crowns. Warship engines. Another queen is coming to conquer Ceres, because Ceres is full of warrens and shipyards and habitats, because Ceres is round and lucky as a servitor, because Ceres is full of the wolves she wants to rule. Shark-fierce ships gather in squadrons and tribes. Skiffs, ketches. The Kell of Wolves has a fleet gathered here. The Kell of Wolves heard the call and summoned the House of Wolves to prepare for the great battle on Earth. The salvation of the Kell's people depends on their ability to shatter the city. It's a matter of survival. Now the Wolf fleet turns to meet the Queen. See the squadrons of skiffs wrapping themselves in stealth, cold and transparent, knifing out invisible and brave. See the ketches, like broad blades, the bright thoughts of a servitor guiding them to battle. See them turning, accelerating, waking up their jammers and their arc guns. All doomed. The Kell of Wolves will never make it to the Twilight Gap. The Kell of Wolves put all that strength in one place, and now the Queen of the Reef is coming to break it. Out there, coming out of the dark, are the Awoken. Not so great a fleet, is it? Little fighters scattered around like four-pointed thorns. Destroyers and frigates and salvage hulls hauled out of the reef. And right at the front, the spear tip, flies the Queen. The Wolf Kell, practical, brave, tallies strength of metal and equipment. The Kell considers the chance that the Awoken have some secret weapon, something gleaned from hulks in the reef or whispered up by the witches, and sets that chance aside. The Kell thinks the House of Wolves can win decisively, so the Kell sends challenge and warning. I am Lord of Wolves, the Kell sends. You are an empty thing with 2 dead souls. This is my house. These are my terms. Surrender, and I will only take your ships. The Awoken fleet cuts their engines, drifts. Wolf strike elements, torpedo-armed skiffs, hidden under jamming and camouflage, find their firing solutions. The Queen's ship broadcasts. I am noble too, she says, O Lord of Wolves. The Kell doesn't mind a little banter before the kill. It gives the wolf ships longer to draw the battle away from Ceres. The Kell replies, You have no line. You have no power. Captains and barons signal their readiness. Skolas and Persis and Ixis, Drevis, Pixis, Paraxis, all of them bound by fear and loyalty, all ready for war. Starlight was my mother, the Queen's ship whispers in eerie, erratic radio bursts. Servitors begin to report a strange taste in the void. And my father was the dark. Here, at last, too late, the Kell begins to feel fear. Call on them, then, the Kell sends, one last mocking signal before death and ruin, and see what help they offer. So the Queen calls as only she can. Every servitor in every ketch hears it. Every captain and baron roars at their underlings as sensors go blind, as firing solutions falter, as reactors stutter and power systems hum with induction. Stealth fails. Space warps. The House of Wolves shouts in spikes of war code, maneuvers wild, fires blind. Behind the Queen's ship, the Harbingers awaken. The Maraid, Book 7, Chapter 10. Abstract. The transmission was broadcasted on all fallen frequencies. Lacking, at the time, the ability to crack fallen encryptions, the Master of Crows could discern only that the fallen houses were all talking to each other. That was a thing that had never happened before. Then, the Techeuns looked earthward and saw the fallen there becoming bolder. Tactics suggested they were planning a massive attack. We had no interplanetary arrays, no way to warn Earth. We thought we would be able to do nothing but watch. But then the wolves arrived from the Jovians. Their army was hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions strong. A dark wave that washed over the reef, rushing toward the Earth. As soon as we saw them, it was clear that if the wolves reached Earth, the city would fall. Seemingly oblivious to our existence, the bulk of the wolf fleet stopped to regroup at Ceres. The Queen's decision was this: attack the House of Wolves, thereby saving Earth, but revealing the Reef's presence to any and all enemies in the quadrant. Or remain silent, preserving the Reef's invisibility, but allowing the city to perish. Her harbingers ripped into Ceres, destroying the asteroid and killing Variks, Kell of Wolves, and more than half his house. The remaining wolves scattered, burrowing deep into the belt for cover. There, new claimants to the Kell ship quickly arose. Erxis, Wolf Baroness. Paraxis, the Howling. And Skolas, the Rabid. The Maraid, Book 8, Chapter 8. Abstract. In desperation, Skolas personally led an all-out assault on the military fortress of Sibyl. Little did he know that the Queen knew of his plans, thanks to the word of Variks of the House of Judgment. No sooner had Skolas' ketches arrived at the asteroid than all four Armada paladins, Abrazir, Kamalavrior, Leona Beryl, and Hallam Fen, caught him in a pincer movement. Calix 12, the High Servitor of Skrivix, the Sharp-Eyed, tried to escape, but Abrazir chased it down. Skolas' Sibyl uprising had failed. He, Skrivix, Calix 12, and the rest of his leaders were cast into the Queen's prison. The Reef Wars were effectively over. The Maraid, Book 8, Chapter 9. Abstract. Variks of the House of Judgment declared Queen Marasov the new Kell of Wolves, and advised those captured at Sibyl to serve her. The first among these to pledge their loyalty to the Queen was one called Savix, who was given the honor of serving in the Queen's throne room, to the right of the Queen herself. Variks, the Loyal. They call me betrayer. They do not think I hear the words. Bug, insect, fallen. I hear. House of Judgment always hears. No choice. Has to keep houses together. Had to. First, the great machine. Then, sky fell away. Whirlwind ripped away the past. All honor lost, all hope. Judgment not enough. Cannot keep wolves from kings. Scar from winter. Fell to fighting. Fell to hate. Judgment gone. Others slaughtered, slain. Death and docking. Keep Eliknsi together, lost to pride and rage. Traveled with the many houses before wolves. We move across the dark. Follow the light. Advise Kells. Worshipped primes. House Judgment must survive. Yes. Found the light. Too bright in darkness to hide. House Winter, attack. House Devils, plot. House Kings, plan. House Wolves, circle. House Judgment, wait. Now at war. Fight for system, control the belt. Wolves Kell dead, dying. Skolas wins control of House Wolves. Attack, attack, attack. Place of learning, place of healing. Put to the burn. Then siege of palace. Year of cruelty. Held the line to rescue butchers, murderers, servitor. Ends with wolf fleet scattered. New tactics. Detonations. Blasts in civilian areas. Take the fight to them, he said. Cannot abide the hate. Uprising, they called it. Uprising on Sybil. Reach out to crows, to queen. Sybil attack stopped. Skolas captured. Ended House of Wolves with words. Paladins find me hiding. Coward. Nowhere else to go. No one else to be. I become Variks, the Loyal. House Judgment Envoy to Queen of Awoken. No choice. House Judgment must survive, yes? The Once-Shipstealer. The Scarred. Ha! So the Kell of Winter seeks the aid of Taniks, the Scarred. How formal. Wasn't long ago you called me self-serving scum and spat at my bannerless armor. I might have ripped each and every one of your arms from you then, and torn off your legs for good measure. But I sensed one day you'd come begging for my services. Lucky I am such a vulgar mercenary after all, eh? It works in your favor now that I hold payment above pride. Payment, not just in glimmer, in blood and battle too. No one Kell, no one house has been able to slake my thirst. No one job either. Though a breakout of the prison of elders might come close. But for Axel, you ask me to pass over far greater warriors for that impotent Archon. You think he will serve you better than Pixis, the Disavowed, than Pierces, Palace Bane, than Kalzar, than Drethka? You'd choose Axel over the Shipstealer? Eramis, who led the charge at the final attempt? Who hurled herself at the wretched light bearers, who moved so quickly I would have sworn she had 8 arms. When your pathetic winter ones followed in her footsteps, they had to wade through the flood of life force she left in her wake. And still you wonder why I refuse my house pledge. You could conquer the system, but you'd rather adhere to these arbitrary customs. Axel belongs to winter. Eramis does not. Twice my usual price. The fee is for my restraint. It will take what little I have to free Axel over the fiercest of Eliknsi fighters. Winter's Run. The fallen mercenary Taniks carries out the raid on the prison of elders and frees Axel. Cade 6 briefs the Guardian in the Destiny 1 strike Winter's Run on a mission to deal with Axel.
Those fallen in the Ishtar sink on Venus? Story is they raided the prison of elders in the Reef. Got an Archon priest. The Queen's bounty is high, so we know it's powerful. We need to hunt this thing down before they fully restore its soul.
It won't take them long to restore the Archon priest's soul. We'd better head for the caves.
The Guardian enters the caves.
Vex? What are they doing in here?
The Guardian fights through Vex and Fallen to arrive at Axel's cell.
A cell from the prison of elders. The Archon priest is still inside. You sure this is a good idea?
Axel is released from his cell, and the Guardian does what they do best.
It was better off in the prison of elders. I'll contact the Vanguard. Let them know the Archon priest is dead.
One more fallen Archon gone to dust. Good. But if the fallen found the prison of elders, I'm sure we'll be hearing about more heists like this. Today, we celebrate.
Ghost Fragment. The Queen. For a while, the only lights were the eyes of the witches tending to the cell. The drone of the soul machines echoed through the prison. Gas billowed and ebbed into the shadows. She entered. They scurried to their points around her, the method of their arrangement precise. "The Archon Priest has been retired, my queen," said the witch to her right. Far from throne and audience, she moved without theatre. "Any word of Calyx Prime?" "We still sense something among the anarchies." This voice came from behind her. She did not turn to acknowledge it. For the span of a brief silence, she moved between the sealed cells of the wolf nobility with her witches in constellation around her. "More of your brother's crows have entered the cauldrons of Reer," the witch directly before her spoke, with a dry buzz. "The Nine do not approve." She stopped a moment to study the sealed face of a cell. The cloud of her breath mingled with the slow exhalation of cryonics. "Send them one of our prizes. Something to commemorate our mutual victory. And which of your prisoners would you gift?" If she paused to think, it was only for an instant. "Send them Skolas." A lovely gesture. She cocked her head as if listening for a frozen heartbeat. "And remind them this. The crows are mine." Mystery. Fate of Skolas. The cell cracks open. Skolas, Wolf Kell, stumbles out and crashes to his knees. He tries to leap at the creature before him, the shape in the fog, to show it why it should be afraid. But the weight of grief smashes his legs against the cell. The rage upon him beats him to the floor. He falls on all four hands, his mighty armor thundering against itself. His house of wolves is enslaved. His people have been played, as it was his hubris, his would-be cunning that did it. While the other houses fought for their future on Earth, throwing themselves at the great machine, Skolas wasted his people in games of betrayal and ambition. Bitter pride brought a bitter end. If Skolas were a Kell, he would ask his Archon to dock him. Ether hisses in his mask, and it tastes cold. So cold. He looks up at the tiny, hooded shape before him. The cell's mist is clearing. He can see. "I believe that I am here," the creature says. To Skolas' ears, it has a strange voice, a strange accent. It speaks his language. "I have a clear purpose. I cannot explain it. Forgive me." From beneath its hood, tiny fingers of shadow probe the air. Skolas rises up to smash it, to show his strength, because the alternative to violence is waiting for violence to come from a universe that has neither respect nor compassion. But he checks himself. His ambitions have brought him here, to this cell in this strange place. Only, it's not so strange, is it? It's the hold of a ketch. "The Queen," he says to the thing. "You work for the Queen?" "The Nine made me aware of my purpose," the creature says. "If I am here, then it is because the Queen sent you to the Nine, and they wish you sent back. I will do no one else's work. Skolas has been a pawn long enough. A Dreg told him once that she would play in a game as long as the game made sense. Nothing makes sense now, except the thought of Variks' throat shattering in his fists. Variks the utterly disloyal. Variks who should be welded into a ketch's prow atom by atom and left there as a figurehead to burn away. I am comfortable, the creature with the moving face says. A part of me wants to go somewhere warm. Now, I will certainly tell you what you have been given. Skolas looks at the shrapnel gun in his hands. Skolas imagines what he would do with it if he could reach Variks, or the brother of the Queen, or the alien Queen. Will it save anything they've lost? The world's docked from them. No. It cannot change the past. Only the future. Only the chance that his people might one day know themselves as more than pirates and scavengers. He should never have tried to be Kell of Wolves. He should have tried to be Kell of everything. Everything wants to kill his people. The machines and the militant and the green-hide hive. The dead soldiers that hoard the great machine and come out crusading to wipe all hope away. This ship will be yours, the creature says. It hunches over itself as if burdened by its own shape. If you speak, you will be heard. I will go now. You are free. He tries to follow it. He fails. Somehow, it is gone. He goes up to the throne room and sets his weapon down on the great seat. Skolas, Kell of Kells, goes to the ship's comm and looks for the sign of a servitor, for the way to plot a course. Ghost Fragment, Fallen 3. Ask them our name. Ask your masters what they call you. Ask the hollow, the hateful, the awoken with alien dreams encysted in them. Ask them our name. Fallen. They name us Fallen. Listen to me, Wolfborn. Heed me, Whirlwind scattered. I am the ghost of Sybil, the cunning claw of Iris, betrayed, chained, encrypted by the Queen, sent back from the darkness to save us all. The days of Kell and House end now. The calendar of slavery and abasement goes to the fire. We are a new calendar. We are an age of beginnings. Each of us is a day. I am the first Kell of Kells, and I am the last, the Dreg of Dregs. I have conquered and been conquered. I am all of us. All of us are I. In the shape of my life, I bind up all of us. All of our fury, all of our grief, all the lives we have wasted against each other. Together, we speak our new name. Remember the hope that brought us here. Remember the age before the Whirlwind, when ether ran free, when we ruled ourselves and our futures as kings. We wanted more than glimmer and glint and here always. Always remember that we came to this star in hope. And remember that we were denied. Remember the city of the death of children, the city that docks, which claimed for itself the great machine that might have saved us. Remember the city that even now sends its ghouls to murder our primes, starve our ether, and leave our young to die gasping. Curse that city and its name. The curse is just. We gathered to take that city and save ourselves from extinction, saying to each other, we must be a storm, a whirlwind, a darkness, for it is said that only pain may be stolen from the dark, and we can let no more be stolen from us. We gathered to fight against our twilight, king and devil and winter, all of us but us, the wolves. Why? What kept us from the gap? The Reef, the Queen, the slavers who played us against each other and docked us into subservience. These sly, sterile unpeople, these mirages with cold minds twinned to their own, these Charybdis butchers, they set us against each other. She played us. She made herself our Kell. We were fools, O children of the Whirlwind. We fought each other when we most needed unity. I fought my rivals when I should have fought the Queen. But I remember now, my dregs, my captains, my Kells, each of us is all of us, and I remember. We are a people of resilience. I am the Kell of Kells because I want what we have lost. I am the Dreg of Dregs because I remember that a Dreg will grow back what is lost to him. Ask them my name. Ask them with the shock blade and the shrapnel launcher. Ask them with the skiff and the ketch. Ask your masters by what right they master you. You who have been hardened by centuries of flight. You who inherit the whirlwind. Ask the Queen for her throne. Ask them our name. Let them answer, you are Skolas, Kell of Kells. You are fallen, no more. In the Destiny 1 House of Wolves prologue, Marasov recounts how, after the Reef Wars, she let the House of Wolves into the Reef.
When the Fallen sought to destroy us, I protected the Reef. In the end, they all bowed before me. We showed them mercy and offered them a home amongst the Awoken.
The camera pans over images of dead Awoken.
They met that mercy with betrayal. Now, they will feel my wrath. Open the Reef to the Guardians, offer the riches of our realm as bounty for these traitors. Let the hunt begin.
The hunt for Skolas. My queen, my Kell. It is Skolas, they say. That's impossible. My lady, you assured us all that Skolas would never be seen again. Has it been confirmed? What does it matter? They always fear him, dead or alive. If not this Skolas, then another Kell. It is why the Queen Breakers rise, and the prison breached. No one will call you Kell when a true heir makes a claim. Petra, report to my brother for any intel from the Crows. Variks, see to your channels. Find the one who calls himself Skolas. Yes, of course, my queen, my Kell. Your Grace, I will not relent until it is done. I know. That's why I've called you back.
The Guardians have grown stronger among the light. The destruction of the Black Garden's heart was impressive. And to challenge a Hive Prince, brave indeed. But now our Queen welcomes them here to fight alongside the Awoken? Guardians could be quite useful in dealing with these traitorous fallen wolves. Prepare the feed across all open channels.
Attention, Guardians. This is Petra Venge of the Awoken Royal Guard. Multiple bounties have been issued on key fallen targets. The Reef is now open to you.
A Kell Rising. The Guardian answers the Reef's call for aid and is briefed by Petra as they make their way to Venus to strike at the leaders behind the House of Wolves uprising.
Guardian, I can't wait to work with you. Been a long time since I was in the field, even if it's just on the comms. The Wolves are led by Skolas, the last of their Kells. He wants control of another fallen house, the House of Winter. He'll kill their leaders and take command of their troops. With your help, we'll stop him cold.
Your ghost is feeding me telemetry. I see what he sees. Why not take one of those heavy pikes for a spin? Last week I was delivering court messages. Today we're delivering explosions. I love field work. Get after them, Guardian. The House of Winter and Devils and Kings, they hate Skolas. They think he betrayed the Fallen at the Twilight Gap. Strange. They should be fighting. If the House of Winter already kneels to Skolas.
The Guardian opens a door to find Skolas making a speech to Fallen from the House of Winter.
Variks, get on the comms! What did he say?
Yes, yes. In your tongue, he said. The wolves stand strong, cower before the Kell of Kells.
Kell of Kells? Did he give himself a promotion?
A fallen legend. He sees himself as a prophet, perhaps. Or he has gone quite mad.
That's the Kell. Take him down, Guardian.
When confronted, Skolas escapes to his ship and flees.
And he's gone. That skiff has already broken orbit. No problem, Guardian. We'll get him. There's still plenty of wolves in there. Best clear them out. That's strange. For a moment, I detected Vex energy all around the site. As for you, that was great work. Nice to meet a Guardian that exceeds my expectations. Come back to the Reef. Winter now bows to Skolas, and the wolves have just gotten started.
So it is no lie. It is Skolas. Yes, my lady. A Guardian got eyes on him in the Ishtar Sink. I used ghost telemetry to confirm. Same pelt. Same awful voice. We drove him from Winter's lair. How did he... And you would have me consider this a success? What of Winter itself? Your report is unclear. You are correct, my lady. I would not call our mission a success. Skolas managed to win over... Well, a substantial number of Winter soldiers have taken up the Wolf Banner. He calls himself Kell of Kells now. We found him once. We can do it again. I have a plan in place. As soon as the Guardian returns, then go. Continue the hunt. Petra, you must not fail. I will not, my lady. House of Wolves campaign. In their pursuit of Skolas, the Guardian takes out a number of high-profile targets for the Reef. In one mission, they assassinate the fallen assassins known as the Silent Fang, before they can remove any leaders of the House of Devils, which is part of Skolas' bid to unite their house under his banner. In another, they interrupt the Wolves' plans to bring the House of Kings to Skolas' side. Matters start to escalate though when Skolas returns to Venus and the Ishtar Sink and attempts to raid a Vex stronghold, the Vault of Glass, in search of an advantage through their technology, which the Guardian is able to interrupt. Whilst this is happening, this desperation leads the House of Wolves to once again call on the aid of a notorious free agent. Taniks the Scarred, a mercenary known for the theft of Axel from the Prison of Elders and the murder of Hunter Vanguard Andalbrask, sells his service to any fallen house willing to pay the right price. It is believed by the fallen that he is undying, a living huntsman whose physical self is joined with a mix of technologies, each pilfered from legendary treasure troves. But treasure is not the only currency of value to Taniks. His true ambitions rest in the challenge of the feats in front of him, and the rewards simply allow him to exist free of any Kell's rule. The Shadow Thief. The fallen mercenary Taniks has been sent by the House of Wolves to the moon to raid the Hive in search of any advantages they can put to use against Guardians. Variks the Loyal briefs the Guardian in this D1 strike.
Taniks has no house. He kneels before no banner, owes allegiance to no Kell. He is a murderer, and very good at what he does. I have been tracking him since wolves broke their chains, yes? Now Taniks works for Wolfpack, but not for long. sent to plunder the hive. Your job just as simple. Avenge the dead. Stop him from stealing the dark.
The Guardian enters the Temple of Crota.
I remember Taniks from the Reef Wars. Many awoken dead. Clever, clever creature. Watch yourself. Taniks is no common mercenary. He fights to fulfill a contract and hone his combat skills for fun.
The Guardian fights their way to Taniks' catch to confront him.
Lift field distortion. Catch just above you. Taniks has called you out, Guardian. You are challenged in the ways of old.
After surviving various ambushes Taniks sets up for the Guardian, they finally put him down. No doubt, this is the last we'll see of him.
Notorious mercenary dead. No small matter. You will be rewarded treasure from the Queen, and my respect as well.
Queen's Ransom. In the final mission of the House of Wolves campaign, the Guardian once again teams up with Petra to confront Skolas on Venus.
Guardian, new orders from the Queen. She wants Skolas captured alive. I live to serve, of course. Just makes this a little harder, that's all. You'll be the tip of the spear. Get down there, find him, and pin him. I'll be nearby with a capture team of Prince Uldren's crows.
The team and I just sat down in a canyon a few kilometers from the Citadel. When you find him, we'll be ready.
The Guardian approaches the Citadel, an enigmatic Vex structure on Venus.
So, he tried to conquer the other fallen houses and failed. Maybe now it's about weapons. Outfitting the wolves with Vex instruments of war?
If Skolas thinks he is Kell of Prophecy, then weapons could turn the tail.
Whatever he's up to, I've got a bearing on that signal. It's way up there, top of the tower. Better start climbing, Guardian.
The Guardian fights through Vex and Fallen to a lift to the top of the structure.
I was House Judgment Scribe. I stood with Skolas for much of Reef Wars. Now, I stand with you in Judgment of Wolfkill. That feels right somehow.
Skolas' catch. This is it, Guardian.
The Guardian platforms their way towards Skolas.
The Vex tech here matches a signature from the Vault of Glass. These machines fade in and out of our timeline. Watch your step. You're getting close. The crows and I are inbound. What? Guardian, there are dozens of new wolf signatures, and the number keeps growing. It's the Vex tech. Skolas! He's pulling the entire House of Wolves through time!
Skolas makes his last stand.
Just said, I stole the gift of freedom, secrets of time and space. House of Wolves will stand forever.
He has nowhere left to run. Take him down!
The Guardian defeats Skolas and awoken ships arrive to capture him.
The House of Wolves is broken. Stand by for a transmission.
This is Morisov, Queen of the Awoken. Guardian, when you first came in search of the Black Garden, I thought of you as just another mote of light, too far from its traveler. I see now that I was wrong. Accept my thanks, and the promise of a fitting reward. Petra, bring Skolas to me.
Capture confirmed. I almost feel sorry for Skolas here. Conversations with the Queen can be harsh. Anyway, I'll meet you back at the Reef with your reward.
Queen's Ransom. A bellow erupts from the barred grate at her feet. Bony fingers claw at the bars, their sharp points just inches from her toes. Prince Aldrin chuckles. At the edge of the room, the Techian circle, their implants growing faintly blue in the shadows. He's been amusing since Petra bring him. Variks injects, practically purring with glee. He say, Kell of Kells, over and over, and other such nonsense. Skolas bellows again. Variks strikes Skolas' grasping fingers with his staff. The Queen's expression remains mild. She looks down her nose at the glowing eyes burning in the shadows beneath the grate. Skolas falls abruptly silent. Then a low, soft growl, almost like a whine, echoes from the cell below. Variks' mechanical hands click as he snaps them together in surprise. What's he... begins Aldrin. Variks interrupts with a burst of guttural clicks directed at the grate. The Queen does not react. What did he say? He says... Variks hisses under his breath. He makes no sense, my Queen. He speaks of light snuffer, dark binder. The Queen aims her eyes at Skolas, her expression unchanged. I see. He will not say more. He does not need to. She turns toward the door. My Queen, what of this one? Says Aldrin. He awaits your sentence. You would not sentence a rabid dog, or a hive thrall, or a bomb. The Queen's justice is wasted on one such as it. She paused. Variks, yes, your grace. Skolas is yours. Let the children of light have their play with him. Ah, you are might and justice, my Queen, my Kell. The Techians gather at the door as the Queen approaches it. Prince Aldrin holds it open with a small bow, and the Queen touches his shoulder as she passes. Send a crow to Mercury, and another to our new friend in the tower. Skolas, captured. Variks keeps a ragged piece of armor in his pod. It's human tech, Golden Age, shattered in some ancient battle, pre-collapse, and left to drift. He found it, and he brought it to his quarters so he could sit on it. It's nothing like a throne. Variks doesn't want a throne. He sits on his ancient shrapnel, unmasked, and whittles at an amethyst with the dead edge of a shock dagger. Music plays, something ancient, pre-Whirlwind. Beautiful. The ether in the air is rich, and it fills him up with strength. Skolas has been captured. Mad Skolas, who would have ruined everything. Variks should be happy. He's not. With his little knife and his 2 arms and his stolen shining thing, he feels like a dreg. He feels ashamed. He betrayed Skolas twice. At Sybil, and again now. He will betray Skolas' dream 10 times more. Variks will never be strong like Skolas, big like Skolas, a leader like Skolas. Variks will work for the Queen, oversee the prisons, watch his fellow fallen. They are fallen. It's a good name now. Fight and die as gladiators who want nothing except a chance to hurt Guardians. Even Skolas. He tried to use the Vex, word has it. He tried to use their machines. Has that ever worked for anyone? Maybe one. Maybe a few. The Osiris cultists are Variks' favourite people. Maybe that's how you survive this alien star where dead gods slumber and dead heroes walk. You cozy up to powers you barely understand. Make yourself useful. Or at least inoffensive. You become a parasite. A scavenger. A servant. That's dreg strength. That's the strength that keeps Variks alive. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Prison of Elders. The Reef. Cade 6. Overheard in a tower lounge. Didn't anyone tell you about the Prison of Elders? Weren't you on the strike team that killed that Archon priest? The one who escaped? Okay, I'll tell the story about the Prison of Elders. The Awoken will tell you that a long time ago, the Queen conquered the House of Wolves. What they won't say, because they are very serious, important people, is that the House of Wolves did a lot of the job for them. After the Queen killed the Wolf Kell, the Fallen started competing for the throne. One of the first battles was called the Eos Clash, and I wasn't anywhere near it, but I'm pretty sure I'm not making this up. A Fallen named Skolas wiped out one of his rivals in the Eos Clash. But the battle cost him so much he got to thinking, if the Reef killed my boss and gave me a chance at the throne, maybe I can use the Reef to kill all my rivals too. Pretty good, right? When they told me I had to be Vanguard, I went to ask some Fallen how I could get out of it, but they just told me to kill all my friends and then myself. Anyway, everyone involved in the Civil War started trying to play their rivals against each other, and the Awoken too. No one wanted to become so strong that they'd be a target. No one wanted to bleed their own forces dry doing someone else's dirty work. Cutthroat politics. And who's the best at cutthroat politics? That's right. Her Majesty, the Queen of the Reef. At the end of the wars, the Queen had played her way into the strongest position, and she had a collection of fallen nobility and servitors she thought might be useful to her. Of course she thought so. She just used them against each other and won absolute control of the Reef, the Belt, and the House of Wolves. She wasn't just about to toss away her playing pieces. She kept them frozen in her prison. The prison of elders. And she gave the keys to that prison to my buddy Variks, a fallen who showed her loyalty. The prison of elders is a really curious thing. It holds creatures of enormous power. Not just wolf nobility, all kinds of beasts, captured by corsair expeditions or lured in by the Queen. And it holds them well. The Queen, she can do things I don't understand. There's a power behind her, or in her, that values that prison. But I hear there's been a few prison breaks. Some old Kell got the old House of Wolves back together. Now, she started to wake up her captives. Variks is inviting Guardians out to the Reef to do battle with them in an arena. Show valor, earn rewards. It's been their crucible. Maybe the Queen wants her collection thinned out. Maybe the Queen wants Guardians in the Reef to deter more unrest. Maybe the Queen wants intelligence on how her prizes fight. Maybe she wants intelligence on how we fight. Whatever happens, I want you to remember that she knows more than anyone else I've met how to set one foe against another. After the campaign, the Guardian encounters Skolas in the arena of the Prison of Elders, where he is finally put out of his misery. Variks reflects on his legacy in this following grimoire entry. Skolas defeated. Skolas is dead. Variks sits carving at his piece of amethyst. His undocked arms are weaker, less precise. But it is a comfort to feel the crystal press hard into his palm. The knife slips. He cuts himself. "Aye," he says. And of course, right then, the door opens. Variks has no privacy. Variks wants no privacy. Variks lives to serve the Queen. It's Petrovenge. She's masked against the ether air. "The prince wants to speak," she says. And then, seeing him unmasked and bleeding, she chuckles. Petra depends on Variks for intelligence, and Variks, frustrated with her insane risk-taking and bravado, sometimes gives her tips meant to get her killed. Petra has figured this out. Petra and Variks know each other's agendas and each other's strengths. And to Variks, that's as close as any two people can get. Petra is smart. She sends Guardians now, people who can die as much as they like. "You slipped," she says. Variks holds up the amethyst in his bleeding hand. It's a Reef gem. "I wound myself," he says, "to make this more beautiful." She stares into the gem with a distant, awoken eye. What does she see? Variks knows she has visions, and he knows those visions haunt her, drive her. The Awoken are twinned to powers that terrify Variks. He'd dock himself again before he'd let the Queen's witches near him. The witches who raised Petra. The unfairness of it makes him want to roar. Why does everyone else have this patronage? Why do the Hive have gods, and the Vex have sprawling time-bent minds, and the Cabal have reinforcements? Why do the Awoken whisper to the stars and listen for the whisper back? The voices from the Jovians, the song in the dark? Why do the Guardians get the great machine's blessing? Was it like that before the Whirlwind? Were there fallen heroes crowned in ghosts who strode the battlefield fearless and full of light? Why do they tell stories about reclaiming the lost glory of humanity, and no stories about the lost glory of Variks' people, the House of Judgment that once kept codes of dignity and law? Why can't the Fallen have that strength? But no, that strength is not for them, not for Variks. Just this bleeding, sad pragmatism. Just dreg strength. Hanging on. The alternative is Skolas' strength. Fighting together, raging against extinction. Look where that's gotten the species. The House of Devil's Prime is dead. The House of Winter's leadership devastated. The poor exiles trying to claw out some security against the Hive. In the last few years, the Fallen have lost so much, and everything is escalating around them. There are gods and powers converging on this system, old machines waking up, old bones whispering flatteries. They need a new way. Put your mask on, Petra says. The prince gets sullen if he's kept waiting. Not like us, Variks says, oh so mild. The wounds on his hand will heal. His work in the Prison of Elders, setting up trial by combat, building an audience and a relationship with the Reef's scavengers and armories, will bring him a little closer towards rebuilding the House of Judgment. Skolas' fury has gutted out. The Fallen may yet accept peaceful, lawful rule. They may yet survive. They'll hang on. We're very patient, yes? Petra looks down on him with pity and contempt, and a strange fondness. He puts on his mask. During the Taken King expansion, Marasov appears to be killed in the Awoken's attempt to repel Oryx's dreadnought. In this battle, Prince Aldrin, once responsible for the Reef's intelligent unit, the Crows, also goes missing. Variks reflects on this experience in this grimoire. The Wolves of Mars. Another prime destroyed. Once sources of life, light, hope. Now a sign of decay. Machines as gods. Conspire with Kells. Conspire to kill, to conquer, to control. This will not end. There will always be new Kell. There will always be new Prime, yes. Skolas was savage. Skolas was cruel. Skolas was right. Only Kell of Kells can end the slaughter. Only Kell of Kells can unite the houses. Petra has given House Judgment a great gift. Variks now speaks for crows. Crows fly on black wings. Find what House Judgment needs found. House Judgment and the Reef are allies. Petra is a friend. The crows will do as Petra needs. But they will also search for Variks, yes? They will find that which is lost. The crows will find the Kell of Kells. Then, banners will rise as one, and Eliknsi will stand together forever. Challenge of the Elders. You've seen the same reports I have, and more, Petra said. I'm not stupid. I know the crows whisper secrets to you that you don't pass along to the rest of us. Variks is loyal to Reef, the scribe of House Judgment protested. Helps Petra. Honors vows made to his Kell. I'm not doubting your loyalty. I'm stating a fact. And the facts are that, she sighed, that we can't keep fighting this war. Not alone. The Techians are in mourning. We've made some advances, but it's not enough. Petra wants to avenge her queen, yes? Petra wants every Taken in the galaxy dead. We will spill every drop of whatever it is they call blood, burn the dreadnought, salt the ground. Petra stopped. Her shoulders slumped in defeat. But we can't do it alone. And I won't go begging. We have lost our queen, she continued. Our prince is missing. Our numbers are few. But we still have our pride. We still have that much. Make Guardians want to help, Variks said. How? Guardians desire many things, Variks said. Glory, honor, treasure. Open the vaults again. Show them gifts we give to the worthy. They will come, and we will not have to ask. During the Rise of Iron expansion, a desperate group of Fallen in the Plaguelands of the Cosmodrome discover the nanotechnology Siva and try to use it to enhance themselves and ensure the survival of their house. Variks first learns of this in the following grimoire. Ghost Fragment, Fallen 5. Frozen on the monitor was an image of Sepix Prime, the massive Prime servitor that had been as a god to the House of Devils. Where once its plating was pristine, carefully maintained by the Archon priest and his acolytes, it was now splotched with red growths. The ether power emanations that once glowed strong and pure were obviously corrupted. Guardians had slain this god, and now it was reborn through Siva. Variks of House Judgment sneered at the abomination. Golden Age project, yes? He clicked, turning to the crow. His field agent was a young awoken woman. Technology of old Earth. Learned from the great machine. The Eliknsi burbled to himself in mocking laughter and gestured with his lower hands. You do us proud. Go, speak with other crows. Learn more about these devil splicers. She nodded, a small smile on her face, and left the chamber. Variks allowed himself a moment of silent contemplation, looking at the now closed door to the information suite. As always, it was lit only by the light of the dozen or so monitors in the room. The Fallen interlocked his upper hands. He bowed his head as he allowed himself to really feel the impact of that abomination on the screen. He never would have allowed anyone else to see this, but it hurt. seeing the horror that was Sepix made anew. His people had fallen. Variks stared at the image of Sepix, and, as he'd done before, he wondered what would have gone differently had he been there, among his people. Could he have stopped this before it happened? Could he have found them a better way? Must be a better way for Eliknsi. He clicked quietly. Must be a way to stop the fall. Taniks perfected. The Guardian receives word that Taniks somehow has returned, and receives a briefing from Zavala as they return to the moon.
Variks has brought unsettling news. The Devil Splicers have used Siva to resurrect an old foe. Taniks the Scarred has become Taniks perfected.
Taniks' crew has joined the Splicers. They're using Siva to reanimate his body and overtake his territory. Lord Saladin says you were indispensable in old Russia, Guardian. We thought you should be the one to handle this.
Sepix, the Iron Lords, and now Taniks. There's no limit to what the Splicers will exhume to throw against us.
They won't stop with Taniks, Guardian. Put him to rest and purge all traces of Siva. He talks. How is that possible?
Maybe Taniks was more machine than we thought. He's not alive. Perhaps he never was.
The Guardian defeats Taniks again, once and for all.
You prevented Siva from restarting Taniks' mercenary operation. The nanites continue to evolve their function.
The Guardian will have plenty of opportunities to study Siva. The Devils are far from defeated.
Ghost Fragment. Fallen 6. Breaking Mission Top Sheet Protocol, Commander. I want you to understand the scope of what we're looking at here. As the fire teams fanned out across the region, the Devils rushed to meet them. Our forces dealt with some post-Siva pockets of Splicer activity, and every once in a while the Kings popped up their heads and scared the hell out of everyone. In other words, situation absolutely normal. That's a lie. The Fallen are abandoning the Cosmodrome. Hawk flyovers confirm. The House of Devils forces are simply not there anymore. They've been disorganized for the last few years, but there's never been a shortage of ground troops whenever we staged a significant sortie. Intel source Green Raven was right. And, for the moment, it's worth assuming their report on the House of Exiles, House of Winter, and House of Wolves are also accurate. We're fact-checking against independent fireteam reports from the field. The kid or the SRL fan to talk about? Marcus? He was in one of the fire teams that out at the Cosmodrome. He pulled me aside and said it to me straight. The fallen houses are gone. The siege is broken. The stalemate we've had with the Eliknsi for what? 100 years? It's over. We won. Commander, I'm not even sure they're flying the banners anymore. The teams found huge mounds of burnt cloth and armor, ceremonial piles, and several of the most hardcore fallen holdouts. What's changed? Where have the Fallen gone? Why have they burned their banners? I'm drawing up a plan to coordinate forces from the Queen's Wrath, Felwinter Peak, the Warlock Orders, and more non-traditional outfits to follow up on these reports. I believe your wisdom will guide us through the trials ahead. Sloane. House of Dusk. The Betrayer Prince spoke the words of the last Kell, and the Fallen burned their banners. Adreg watched his people die in piles of red, blue, and green. The last of the Eliknsi were scraps of cloth alight in bright tongues of flame. Rain and scar and stone were dust. The kings bent the knee. The exiles knew nothing but hate. Too many devils rejected the way of ether to embrace the hateful red cloud that twisted and shaped them. The wolves were lost without their Kell Queen. Winter was as silent as snow. There was no judgment. The Dreg remembered the stories of the Eliknsi. How proud his people had been eons ago. They explored the stars. Their catches landed on many worlds and claimed them for their own. They built cities that shone in the glow of a dozen suns. Then, the great machine came. It offered everything, and it took more. It disappeared in a whirlwind, and it left despair and ashes. The shining cities fell. His people had followed the great machine across the universe, beseeching it to see them once more. They had tried again and again to take it from its hateful new children, but it would not speak to them. Cold ether hissed where once there had been warmth. Now, the banners were burning. The Dreg looked up at the night sky, brilliant with stars, but saw only the space between. It was beautiful. The Fallen would have no more Kells. Only the lowest of the low could lead them. They would scavenge and steal and claim the scraps that were their due. Their banners would fly the symbol of the space between. There was no light for the Eliknsi, only dusk. Chapter 2. Eliknsi Must Rise. Now that we are caught up with the relevant events of Destiny 1, we turn to the events of Destiny 2. Through the book Most Loyal, released with Forsaken, we will spend a lot of time with Variks in the lead up to his cataclysmic actions that kick off that campaign story, and also explain his circumstances leading into Beyond Light, before we spend some more time with Eramis in the remaining chapters of the Once-Shipstealer, her conflicts with Guardians and Mithrax, and what finally led her to take her people to the desolation that is Europa. Most Loyal. Splinter of Bone. Deep in the heart of the Prison of Elders, Variks of House Judgment clutched a splinter of bone as he watched the solar system burn. The facility had been outfitted over the years with massive sensor grids, slaved to arrays spread across the reef. They gave him a detailed analysis of the Red Legion's fury. The light from the monitors was the only illumination in the room, as his arms flew across the controls, relaying warnings to Petra and the Awoken. He could already see the remainder of the Awoken fleet disappearing off his scopes, going into hiding, relaying warnings to the city, though he could see he was far too late. Their comms were gone. There was no one left to listen, relaying warnings to his people. With the end of the houses, there were so few who would listen, but if he could save even a handful. While his hands worked, his eyes remained fixed on the screens, watching death, destruction, and horror. In his role working with the Guardians of the city, he'd poured over the distress signal from the Dantalion Exodus 6. Source Green Raven had sent bursts of analysis to the tower at least a dozen times since the days of the Taken War, but he'd never expected numbers of this magnitude. With the systems of the last city offline, he had no problem dialing sensors over the wall. He'd been able to see with clarity the home of humanity, with a resolution where he could make out parks and lakes and marketplaces. These same sensors let him watch, grinding the bone in his mechanical fist, as people died, as the great machine was yoked, as the Guardians fell. Scrambling, he alerted the crows, but something went wrong. The network had fallen dark, each and every crow offline. All, that is, save for one. Through a garbled image he saw a hand, an awoken hand, but it almost immediately fell to static. He wanted to care. He wanted to feel something for them. What dominated his thoughts, though, what made a ticking noise emanate deep in his voice synth, was the growing fear that the Queen's plan had failed. He sat back in his chair, thinking. The prison of elders orbited far enough away from the core of Awoken outposts, and thus far enough away from the Cabal's phalanx, that it might come out of this unscathed. Nonetheless, he initiated lockdown procedures, prepared for the worst. A confirmation. Petrovenge and the limited forces at her command evacuated what settlements they could and disappeared into the nooks and crannies of the Reef. She would be unable to send help to the prison. First, House Judgment, then House Wolves, then Kell Rising. Now, he could feel the rest of his adopted people slipping away from him. With one of his mechanical arms, he crushed the splinter of bone to dust. The Once-Shipstealer, the prisoner. In the depths of the prison of elders, Eramis is the Kell of no house. Outside, she is the firebrand of house devils, the archfiend of Twilight Gap, the Shipstealer. But here, she has no house. Here, she reigns all on her own. In the arena, where Eliknsi runt and leaderless Cabal challenge her, she rules with a broken arc spear for a scepter. It's the strongest weapon they'll give her, and she bends it to her will. No matter how many times the ether-fat guards try to send her to her death in that arena, she triumphs. She kills their champions, watches the ether hiss from their masks, watches the gel leak out of their suits. She begins to cherish the smell of a good fight. Blood, sweat, ether, fear. She imagines that one day, a banner will be emblazoned with a broken spear and an inverted crown. House of Anarchy, House of Riot, House of Eramis. House of Nothing. When there is only one Kell, there is no need for houses. Today, she fights a Centurion of the Broken Red Legion. Money changes hands. His pauldrons are scuffed with the memory of battle, and he's been given a warhammer. He raises it to cheers and peacocks for the crowd. Eramis tosses her broken spear between her hands, waiting. Two glowing pinpoint eyes focus on her as the Centurion turns. He swings the hammer at her, and she rolls out of the way. He swings it again, but she's behind him now and out of his line of sight. Like a creature searching for a fly on its back, he struggles to find her. She slams the sparking head of her arc spear into a notch in his armor and uses the leverage to vault herself onto his shoulder. He rages like a nurse-eye beast, all fury and stupidity, and nearly throws her from his shoulders. She tries to pull her spear free, but his giant hand knocks her senseless for a moment. The spear releases at the last minute. She grabs the top. Arc energy bites her palm as she jams the tip of the blade under the edge of his helmet and into his neck. He screams. Before he falls, she leaps off and lands on her feet. The crowd never cheers for her. Instead, they whisper. No prison will hold Eramis Kell, they say. Eramis Kell is a devil greater than the devils themselves. Eramis Kell does not know how to lose. The Wolf. The neighboring cell holds a wolf. She ignores him at first. He's too greedy for her acknowledgement. Sometimes he reminds her of the needy dregs that followed her old Kell like carrion birds, squawking for attention and squabbling over his kills. What the Eliknsi have lost, more than anything else, is dignity. Eventually, the wolf learns to intrigue her. He calls himself Praxis, and he has ideas. But he's young. He thinks every idea he conceives of is the best and first of its kind. She suspects he's never had to report directly to a Kell. He likes to talk about machines, building them and bending them to his will. He has a mad idea about recapturing the Great Machine, binding it in arc wire, and making it give them its power. He's been listening to the stories about Gaul. She lets him talk, and she asks him questions. Every question is a whetstone. Every conversation is a test. It will only take one failure to lose her interest. The Great Machine made the Eliknsi great, she says, until it left us. When it did that, we were weaker than when it arrived. Why do you seek its touch again? To return us to that strength, he says. His voice is muffled through the wall between them, but the arrogance comes through clear. How can you build strength on a foundation of weakness? She asks. Each word is a needle. Each word should sting him with revelation. He remains silent. Did the Great Machine make the Eliknsi strong? Or did it draw out the strength within us? She asks. Again, silence. She tilts her head back, looking at the dark, ceiling of her cell. Reliance is the greatest weakness. Remember that. You are playing with a child stacking spheres. He's silent so long that she begins to wonder if he was worth her time. Then, he says, I will create new spheres. She closes her eyes and smiles. Most loyal. Less is more. Variks watched Petra's Corsairs march their latest prize into the cell block. A gaggle of ether-starved dregs bearing the mark of the scorned barons. Nearby, Petra drummed her fingers along the hilt of her knife. Her eyes glinted with envy. She held on to this prison as if it was the last thing she could control. Perhaps it was. Between the scattered remnants of the Red Legion and the scorned barons running rampant through the Reef, the Awoken had little left to call their own. There was little left of the Awoken. Variks sighed. Only a true Kell understood that survival was not a game of waiting. And Petra Venj, for all her military prowess, was no Kell. In a world without Kells, Dreg strength will breed nothing but chaos. Variks whispered to himself the old Rain proverb, wishing for the return of the decisive days of his queen, his Kell. What did you say? Petra asked without looking at him. Chaos, he replied. These dregs breed chaos. Petra scoffed. They're fallen, and where there's fallen, there will inevitably be guardians. She turned on her heel and walked away. I leave you to your judgment, Variks. Locate the hole in which these scorned barons cower. She stopped, turned back to him. Might want to up your rations. You're looking a bit gaunt. He smiled, patted him on the back, and continued on her way. He watched her go. If his anatomy allowed for it, he would have smiled in kind. Hers was a heart always in the right place, even if the outcome of her decisions was less than ideal. She did not, however, fully appreciate the threat these scorned barons posed. He had tried to warn her when they were just 7 dregs and a heretical Archon. Now, their terror was spreading throughout the Reef, with more and more fallen answering the Baron's anarchistic call. She was right about one thing, though. He could stand to increase his intake. The thought of it made Variks thirsty for the flow. Like all of his kind since the appearance of the Red Legion, he had been forced to ration his intake. He'd never felt so weak, so close to death. But he would survive, as he always had. Variks knew the time would inevitably come when he would have to survive on his own. Roll call. After the Taken War, the scorned barons banded together in a time of weakness to become strong, to prey on anyone and anything that practiced the old Eliknsi ways. They began with the one thing that their people needed to survive: ether. In a way, the barons had become heads of a new house, priests in their own rights, and arbiters of their own trials. The terror they unleashed had almost grown as powerful as any Kell. These heathens were not Eliknsi. They were more fallen than any of their brethren. They were everything Judgment had sought to purge before the Whirlwind. And now, they sat rotting deep in the prison of elders. Cade and his 6 had done good by their word. Variks' staff tapped lightly on the foreplates, and chuckling noises emanated from his throat. He hobbled past their cells as the servitors hummed to life. Feeding time. He saw hatred in every cell he passed. Bathed in the light of flowing ether, their eyes carved at his flesh, saw him docked 1,000 times more. Yavix, the rider, the untamed. She and her crew spread terror and disease with their noxious pikes. Eliknsi, the machinist. She used stolen Cabal telemetry and gravity traps to sabotage vessels, relieve them of their cargo, and haul the hulks back to their own shipyard chop shops. Hira, the blind, the ghost of Hellrise Cavern, who haunted the Baron's territory with phantom decoys and ended all trespassers from the shadows. Rexis Varn, the Godslayer, the Hangman. He had secreted away the ether stores of his victims and driven the Barons and their followers into a frenzy with that tainted feast. Araxes, the wit, the traitor, the trickster, a mastermind, a liar, thief, and backstabber. Taniks, Two-Finger, the mad bomber. The dangers of the Reef had multiplied 100-fold, with his minds hidden on every rock and dusty corner of the belt. And the most disgusting of them all, Hirax, the Mindbender. This one found in the hive a way to infect the minds of the Eliknsi. Only one was missing. Fikrul, the heretic, the fanatic. One Variks once dared to call friend, back when the Archon tended to Calyx Primes. Before his betrayal. He hoped the fanatic was dead. Cade assured that he was. And what was Cade's 6, if not reliable? Laughing, burbling to himself, Variks shut off the lights in the hallway, and the Barons were plunged once again into darkness. Job undone. In the Prison of Elders security hub, Variks brooded. When the great machine woke, he had been sure he had felt something deep within him stir. He had hoped it would give him answers. Power. Anything. All it did was remind him how far he had fallen. He slammed a fist on his console, watching the denizens of the prison claw at their cell walls. No. Not nothing. Worse than nothing. Now, he had doubt. His goal had always ever been a simple one. The banner of House Judgment, the calling to which he had been born. Keep his people together. With the light now streaming across the system, and nothing to show for it, no queen, no Eris or Osiris, and no sign the great machine remembered the Eliknsi. What was there to look forward to? Base survival, one day after the other, living just because he still drew breath. Where was the dreg strength in that? What was the... Variks. Petra burst through the comms. A Legion Harvester has been intercepted at bearing 189. Capture teams are inbound. Survivors for the arena. Prepare to receive. Petra Venge was all that was left for him here. And despite himself, he nodded at the sound of her voice. He had but one ally left, after all. He keyed the comms. Yes, yes, yes. Bay 41. Bring them in. We'll meet, team. We'll make room for new guests. His vocal synth burbled, needing tuning. Copy that. She was gone. He picked up his staff from where it leaned against the wall and began the long walk to the bay, mulling his options, his information, his secrets. Secrets had protected the House of Judgment. The more knowledge one could obfuscate, the more significant one became. Secrets bred possibility. Secrets bred sway. But judgment, true judgment, required hierarchy. And Eliknsi hierarchy died with the fall of the houses. The Guardians had picked them apart, Kell by Kell, prime by prime. Now, there was all but nothing left of his culture. Only pirates and scavengers and lone wolves like the days before the Edge Wars. No trust, no honor, no way to be necessary. Yet, one final hope among the Eliknsi still thrived. Krask, Kell of Kings. The Kings understood judgment, for together they ended the Edge Wars in their people's golden age. Krask. His last hope to see his dreams of a united Eliknsi made manifest. He must make contact. And so he hired a bounty hunter named Grox to find Krask and remind him of their need for one another. Grox is emblematic of all that Variks despises in his people. Gluttonous, proud, and in it only for himself. When they spoke, Grox made Variks pay with a litany of insults. Variks the slip, Variks the beggar, Variks the Kell maker. But it was all for show. Grox would work, and it came for a mere 4 bales of etheric helix, and a promise to keep him free of the prison of elders. The deal struck, Grox burst out in hysterical laughter. Ha! Consider job done, Slip. Grox spoke in a low form of Eliknsi, the only reason Variks employed him. You have grown desperate with your Kell gone. Have you not heard? Variks sighed. King Kell is gone, Kell maker. Dead at the hands of that insane Archon Fikrul and some awoken vagabond he calls father. What remains of the kings huddles now in the dead zones of Earth, under the shadow of the great machine's shard. I expect my 4 bales in. Variks killed the feed. The last link in the great Eliknsi chain was broken. If there were any who called themselves Kell out there, they would not know Variks, judgment, or the laws that govern the houses. The scattered children of the Whirlwind were dead. But Fikrul survived Cade and his 6. Grox was a lot of things, but he was not a liar. If Fikrul was alive and strong enough to kill Krask, and who was this awoken vagabond of which Grox spoke? His mind reeled. So long as Fikrul lived, the Reef was not safe. He scrambled through his comm channels, searching for the right connection. Master Cade, Variks requests to meet you regarding your deal with Petra. A job undone. Some kind of luck. Variks hid beneath a bannerless cloak as he descended into Spider's lair. To wear the judgment sigil in the tangled shore would be to invite death. Even with the Spider's blessing to pass, he would have been picked clean and docked 2 times over. The hedonistic sounds of Spider's palace scraped against him. Shouts of victory and defeat reminded Variks of the worst of the Eliknsi. His people's inherent need for superiority reduced to gambling for trinkets and gems. Variks searched the crowd, hunched down low. Just another vandal. In the corner, the unmistakable crowd that surrounded the Hunter Vanguard when he was outside the city. He worked his way through the onlookers to take up position alongside Cade. The Hunter noticed him, he was sure, but said nothing. Variks, for his part, was silent. Watched as he lost a few thousand glimmer and a sidearm to one of Spider's bodyguards. Cade spun a knife in his right hand and sighed dramatically. "If we're going to talk, you're going to buy me a drink." They found a quiet place at the end of the room. Cade settled back in the booth, waiting. "You do great service to Reef, yes?" Variks worked hard to keep his very recognizable voice down. It would be a shame for his vocal synth to malfunction and blare out across the room now. "Capture barons, criminals, for Awoken, for Petra." Cade took a belt and set the glass down on the table, empty. Something hard around his eyes. Amazing how expressive Exos could be. "Get to the point, Variks." "Fikrul, the last scorned baron, he lives." Cade's horn cut an arc through the air as he shook his head. Twice. Definitive. "Trust me, he's dead. Put a hot one right through here." He poked Variks right in the center of his chest. "Seen on Earth. I have knowledge. I have information. You know, Eliknsi have ways. Like Mithrax. Like Taniks." The warden realized his error as soon as the name was out of his mouth. "Don't you ever mention the name Taniks around me, got it? Not unless you want to lose your last 2 real arms. We're done. Here. Your bad luck." The Hunter stood, made to leave. Variks reached out and grabbed the Vanguard by the arm with one of his mechanical hands. "I am sorry. I spoke poorly. Please, listen." Cade shrugged off the arm and stood, towering over the fallen for once. Variks sat up straighter in the booth. "Take me to Zavala." The Titan Vanguard's name was a punctuated flowing stutter in his mouth. "I have information. He will like what I say. You for bringing me to him." Cade blinked. "You want me to take you to the city? No way, Bug. Not in a million." With a thud, Variks dropped the hand cannon he'd been hiding in his cloak on the table. A dull brown. Bristles out the top. Ethertech trigger and muzzle assembly. Cade's eyebrows went up in surprise. "A gift of trust. Memento of the Reef. Upgraded, yes? Very deadly." The Hunter Vanguard tried to hide his excitement. Is that the last one? I haven't seen one of those in... "One of the last. Not many left." Variks' voice was even, calm. Cade snatched the weapon from the table, checked the sight, spun it in his hand for a moment, feeling the weight. Grunted satisfied, nodded. Like I said, bad luck. Come on, you can ride with me. Overestimation. Variks had never seen the Vanguard commander in person before. The images he'd seen were either candid shots from agents, or images from co-opted surveillance that didn't reveal the man's true stature. Most of Zavala's bulk, he realized, was the armor. He was a lean man in reality, taut muscle and sinew. But as Variks stood before him, he realized Zavala's poise and confidence, along with his light, controlled the space around him, lent him an air of authority Variks had not felt since standing in the presence of Mara Sov herself. Even Cade, of all people, seemed somehow different in the orbit of this man. Fascinating. Behind the light and the poise, Variks could see where the great Zavala's strength ended and anxiety began. That was where Variks needed to meet him and prove his worth. Vanguard Commander Zavala. Variks dropped to his knees and extended his hands palm up on the ground, sure to keep eye contact. A judgment gesture, meant to acknowledge that a dominant force was present. Cade snickered behind him, but said nothing. Variks came to offer assistance, to help the Vanguard, the Guardians who have helped the Reef. Zavala stared Variks down. The judgment scribe saw much in that moment. Fortitude, intensity, desperation. On your feet, Variks. Zavala was quite used to giving commands and having them followed. Variks did as he was commanded. What do you want? A future for the Reef. Zavala's eyes were searching. Variks croaked and continued. Reefborn are close to doom. Zavala the Awoken, fallen, taken, Red Legion, all carve at the Reef, all claim its flesh. I made my offer to Petra after the war. His voice was gruff, but not uncaring. She made her choice. Are you saying something has changed? I say this, Commander, Variks burbled. And I have so much more to say to a true leader such as you. Unknown space. The light seemed to dance in blue over the horizon of unknown space, but all else was black. Tendrils seemed to grow with the light. Where they were reaching from or stretching toward, he could not comprehend. Fear gripped Variks's mind. The paths before him were vast, uncertain, and for the first time in his life, he could sense judgment turned inward. Your will must remain your own, he told himself. You are the last Eliknsi of House Judgment. The destiny of your people is in your hands. You will save them. You will stand for the fallen. You walk among them because you have failed. The voice, soft and yet so strong, echoed around him in the space. Through him, like he was a string on an instrument. I walk among the children of Earth and the blessed of the great machine, the one they call Traveler, because they have been chosen For you, the great machine is a dark mirror. Variks felt cold unlike he had ever known. Unbidden, memories rushed past him. All he could do was hang on as the last days of the Eliknsi played out in his mind. He and his fellow scribes passing judgment in their soft, furred robes. Then, the Whirlwind. The elders torn apart, the pillaging of the house. Variks, kneeling before a window, staring up at the great machine, watching it vanish. The long journey in the darkness. His fight to run with the wolves. His pleas to Skolas. The pact with Fikrul to sever Calyx Prime and secrete it away. The Prime vanishing. And again Fikrul, on the horizon, preparing to give the Fallen what they so rightfully deserve. There is only one path left for you here, in a place where everything dies and begins anew. With that, a new power burned, affording him the strength to rise again. Judgment cast. The screaming pulse of the prison alarm stirred Variks awake. On the comms, he heard Petra's voice. Cade had returned. Two cells. Petra called for not one, but 2 cells. Variks finished his ether, considering. Perhaps Cade had finally found Fikrul, and for that, Variks would need every drop of strength he could muster. His strides were long and slow as he allowed the ether to course through him, his posture growing taller and more commanding with each step. At the top of the Max Sec wing, his hands flew over the controls. He prepared 2 empty cells and ordered extraction servitors into place, all the while reveling in the thought of the judgment of Fikrul. Finished, he stepped back and waited. Snarling, yelling, the prisoners entered the wing. One, an Eliknsi, Petra shoved hard into one of the 2 cryocells. The Fallen landed, weak, and Petra sealed the cell door. Variks was all too pleased to see the hulking, disgraced Fikrul, the lifeline of the scorned barons, his once trusted co-conspirator and great betrayer, seething as the extraction servitors whirred to life, sapping the heretical archon of his precious ether. Variks and Fikrul looked deep into one another's eyes, centuries of history passing between them in the space of a heartbeat. Fikrul laughed. Unnerved, Variks stepped away as Cade dragged a ragged humanoid figure, head bagged, face unseen. Cade unceremoniously tore off the hood and tossed the humanoid, an awoken man, into the open cell. "And stay there," Cade said. His joke fell flat. On hands and knees, the stranger looked up at his captors to reveal a familiar mess of crow-black hair, blue skin, and piercing yellow eyes. Variks? It was the face of Uldren Sov, brother to the Queen, prince of the Awoken, and heir to the Reef. Reacquaintance. Your Grace. Variks couldn't help but use the title, like a reflex. As he looked into the prince's eyes, he saw a fleeting shadow of darkness dance across their normal ethereal golden glow. Variks looked back to Petra. "Petra Bench, I do not understand. I know. Something's wrong with him, Variks. He's mad. Lock him down. Lock down the entire cell block. No one in but you or me. Speak of this to no one. As far as the system is concerned, Uldren Sov died over Saturn. Variks looked to Cade for answers, but the Exo just threw up his hands in defense. Don't look at me. Prince Whinyface and Fickrell were thick as thieves when we found them. All I could do not to shoot either of them. Petra nodded toward the now royal cell, and Variks, with only a hint of hesitation, sealed the hatch, locking Prince Uldren in. Now, Variks, Cade said, smooth as ever. You let me know if Fickrell here ever comes up to the arena. He and I have a conversation to finish. Of course. Variks noticed Petra's gaze lingered a little too long on the prince's cell. He could see she was troubled, even ashamed. Petra saw him watching and composed herself, back straight, all wrath. She met his eyes. He could see her trouble, her shame. Variks, my friend. Was that tenderness Variks heard in Petra's voice? He is changed. His eyes... She stopped herself, reset. If he speaks, don't listen. He speaks lies. Terrible lies. And with that, she walked away, Cade close behind. The doors to the cell block slammed shut behind them. Variks stood there for a long, long time. For the first time in his life, he didn't know what the next step should be. Petra Venj and Uldren Sov had long admired one another. There was an easiness about them when they were together, and a deep, if unspoken affection. When the two of them joined forces in the field of battle, they were quick, effective, and dangerous. Theirs was a dance of death, and woe to the foe who met them in open combat. Variks wondered for what crimes Petra would have Uldren judged. As he reopened the prince's cell, he wondered if Petra would have Variks himself judged. Variks knelt before Uldren. We thought you dead, but you are in my care now, yes? His arms carefully brushed at the awoken man, probing but gentle. Uldren blinked and looked toward him. Or rather, his golden eyes looked beyond him. Variks looked over his shoulder just to check. Of course, no one was there. Sister, Uldren croaked through dried, cracked lips. What's to become of us now? Revolution. The explosion of servitors snapped Variks away from the pull of the prince's words. He tried to move quickly, but one of his toes caught awkwardly on the grated catwalk, and he stumbled to the floor. He lifted his head to see the extraction servitors lying shattered and lifeless. Hissing as ether evaporate wafted into the air. Variks rose, moving cautiously, slowly, uncertain who or what might be loose. He checked every seal of Fickrell's cell, then gathered enough courage to peer into the porthole. Fickrell was unaffected. If anything, he looked stronger than he did before. He stood there, glaring, a devilish grin plastered across his face. Does it find my ether bitter? He growled. Indeed, Variks could see that something was wrong with this ether. It was darker, tainted with something he could not identify. He tightened the seals of his mask as he examined the servitor's remains, fearing whatever they pulled from Fikrul could be toxic. He moved through the fog-like gas as if it was water. It didn't dissipate like traditional ether. It lingered, heavy and opaque. Variks stepped back up to Fikrul's cell, activated the transmission mic. Fikrul, Asali Akisorix, he seethed, using the high speak of judgment, hoping that Fikrul might still respect the oldest law. Ah, Variks, you cling to judgment like rain clung to lies. Fikrul spat his words the way the houseless would. You are houseless. You are filth. Is this what you've done with Calix? Served the last prime to the Taken? Is that the blood you now breathe? Ha! You still believe I have Calix? Fool! Calix abandoned us. But my ether. It's true. Fikrul is no longer enslaved to the machine's ether. By the grace of the Awoken Father, I have evolved. Variks looked back to the prince's cell, still open. The Awoken Father. Variks ambled back to the prince. With each step he heard more clearly. He saw Aldrin sitting up now, nodding, listening, peering into the shadows at something unseen. If ever there was a picture of malevolent insanity, this was it. The prince spoke. Yes, sister, I see it now. The army of the reviled that you promised me. The spark. Variks, ever the loyal, did as Petra commanded. Access to the lowest cell block was reserved strictly to the Warden and the Regent Commander. Unfortunately, this meant that every menial operational task was left to him. Meal distribution, waste disposal. Between the 8 barons and the Awoken Prince, his new chores left him little time for judgment. Thrice per day he visited the block, and thrice per day he had to manufacture excuses to the local Corsair detachment for why the lowest level of the prison was now off limits. Rumours swirled. It was not unknown that Petra and Cade 6 had smuggled some unknown high-value prisoner, a humanoid prisoner no less, a first for the prison of elders if the rumours were true. But Variks assured anyone with the gumption to ask that his judgment of the scorned barons was a sensitive process to be conducted in private. Petra herself did not help extinguish the scuttle. She was less than adept at the art of secrecy, and everyone knew it. She responded to any bold queries with a stern, "It is none of your concern," which itself was tantamount to a validation that some version of the rumours was true. If only she'd found joy in her Techian training. If only she'd learned more from the Queen. Each time Variks performed his rounds, he asked himself what loyalty, if any, he owed to the prince. And each time, he stopped short when he bore witness to the prince's ramblings. Today was no different. There Aldrin sat, elbows atop knees, staring into the same dark corner of the cell, face concealed by his long black hair, seemingly communing with nothing. I see now. Yes, that's good. So good. More listening, more nodding. Then that's what we shall do. And look, sister. He is already here. Uldren fell into silence, visibly relaxing. After a moment, he looked back over his shoulder and through the portal to meet Variks' eyes. Your Grace, Variks burbled. Variks the Loyal, Uldren smirked. Variks the Spark. Did you have something to say to me? Or are you content to play the spying crow? And there it was again, that fleeting pass of inky darkness that momentarily snuffs the glow of Uldren's eyes. So Variks said nothing. Whether frozen in terror, or simply at a loss for words, he could not say. Uldren leaned in, placed a finger against his lips, and spoke low. I have a secret for you, Variks. I know you want to hear it. Variks answered with a single, drawn-out, and ever so slight nod. Your Kell lives, Uldren whispered. He leaned in a little closer and asked the one question Variks had never been able to answer. Do you know where your true loyalty lies, Variks? Uldren didn't wait for a response. His eyes almost immediately darted over his shoulder, toward the shadowy corner that has become his obsession. Of course we can trust him, dear sister. He is the most loyal. Chain of Souls. Variks admired his masterpiece, the improvised servitor chain that would finally reveal the secrets of his fanatical former friend. Unfortunately, Fikrul refused to talk of the past, would speak only of the future, or of Uldren, his awoken father, who snatched him from the edge of death and awakened within him a power never before seen in the Eliknsi, a power over death itself, a power to remake their people and thrive in a universe of light and dark that had both forsaken them and left them scorned. Variks knew these feelings all too well. It was here, in the deepest catacombs of the prison of the Elders, where he thrived, where he worked to rebuild the Eliknsi. This was his home now, this workspace where he was free to explore the potential of the prison's inmates for future leverage. The emerald marrow worm food of the hive, the prismatic viruses of the Vex, Scion flare wavelengths, each of these secrets had been wrested free within these dank halls, traded among his networks for more secrets, or harnessed into weapons for the Awoken. But the secrets of Fikrul's mutation eluded him. The power within was obvious. Scattered about the floor was the evidence of its potency, as well as too many nights of failure, wrecked sentry servitors, dozens of deflated dregs, all pulled from the upper cell blocks to act as his assistants. Whatever this cold, unnatural cocktail was that coursed through Fikrul, it could not be transferred or ingested like the ether his people needed to sustain their wretched lives. Variks was all too ready to give up, send Fikrul into the arena to face Cade 6, and put an end to the legacy of the Scorned Barons. Until one day, during Variks' rounds, Uldren spoke to him unprompted. There was a lucidity in the discarded prince's eyes, a clarity that didn't exist even before he disappeared over Saturn's rings. Uldren gave Variks a fresh perspective. And so, the chain. It was a dangerous gamble, mingling Fikrul's polluted lifeblood with traditional ether. These servitors held 70% of Variks' own ether reserves. If this failed, Well, it wouldn't be the first time Variks had risked everything and lost. Variks pulled the lever. The hum of the servitor chain crescendoed, but all he heard was the lingering echo of Uldren's poisonous question. Do you know where your true loyalty lies, Variks? But if it worked, perhaps Fikrul could be cured. Perhaps, if what Variks suspected was true, and Fikrul's corruption was related to the prince's affliction, Uldren could be cured too. Variks had said as much to Petra, but she'd refused to listen. You will not experiment on the prince. Our prince is ill. To keep him here, hide him from awoken eyes. Not right. Not right. I've made my decision, Variks. Variks's fingers flexed. Petra, the loyal, he sneered. Perhaps the murmurs of Kamala Real are true, yes? Petra glowered. I will handle Uldren. You will not touch him. She turned sharply on her heel and strode out. Variks hadn't seen her since. He devoted all his time to the servitor chain and to his private thoughts. Where loyalty lies. Variks's experiment succeeded, but not how he expected. Ingestion of the etheric concoction still resulted in fallen death. It was not, by any means, a life-sustaining substance. It was, however, a life-giving substance. Though the dark ether lingered like a heavy fog, it also seemed to reach out toward empty vessels. In this case, it found the dead dregs that littered his floor. It slipped inside the corpses like a slow inhalation, inflating them, stretching them to the point of boils and bursting, pulling them to their feet. The dark ether gave these lifeless dregs new life. They seethed. Their breathing was steady, but hard and fast. They rumbled as if volcanoes lived inside their chests. A black fire rose from their skin as they burned this dark ether like a jet engine burns its fuel. What Variks really saw before him was hate-fueled rage incarnate and the beginning of another whirlwind. They were no longer just fallen. Fikrul called them his scorn. Behind him, Fikrul laughed and laughed and laughed until he abruptly stopped. At that exact moment, the scorn dropped to the floor, dead once more. Your scribes, your kells, your houses, they will all soon be forgotten, like the elders and the Scathe before them. Fikrul growled in Variks's precious high speak of judgment. This drew Variks closer, face to face through the cell's portal. Fikrul turned his ear upward, listening, brought his attention back to Variks. Father says. The pause hung heavy in the air. Father says, you know where your true loyalty lies. The fanatic stepped back from the portal and waited. Loyalty. True loyalty. He expected a memory of Mara to appear in his mind, but instead, he found himself thinking about the prophecies of House Rain. Kell of Kells. Days later, Variks performed his duties for the last time. He visited Central Control, ran a test sim on the security systems, made some adjustments based on the results, revised and signed off on the daily roster rotations. Finally, he had a private conversation with the prison's sole remaining High Servitor. The Prison of Elders would not go without a warden. He did not speak to Petra. By the end of that day, the Prison of Elders descended into chaos. Your time will come, Variks. Uldren sits in his favorite spot, gazing in his favorite direction. She told me so. She has but one last wish of you. No, Your Grace. Variks' voice was gravelly with emotion. It is I who has one last service for you. Variks left before he could change his mind. A klaxon blared. The voice of the prison's High Servitor echoed over the loudspeakers. In Variks' voice, security systems malfunction. Emergency shutdown and reboot commencing. The place dropped momentarily into darkness, but emergency lightning quickly illuminated the cell block. All around him, alarms sounded, warning lights flashed, pneumatics hissed, and cryogenic fluids evaporated to fog as the cryocells lining this cell block began to open. Variks moved as quickly as he could toward the exit, not bothering to look back, for he knew what he'd see. The scorned barons and Prince Uldren were free, as was every single resident of the Prison of Elders. Variks slipped out under cover of prison anarchy through the same secret passage in which Petra and Cade had smuggled Prince Uldren. There, a ship waited, loaded with the prison's ether stores. As he walked, he made 2 recordings to be sent out by the prison's relays once he was away. For the first, he disabled his voice synth and began, in the deep resonance of high speak, to give commands. He didn't know how many would answer Judgment's call, but he had to try. For the second, he turned his voice synth back on. They call me betrayer. I who was most loyal. They do not think I hear the words. Bug. Insect. He paused. Fallen. Up, long strides, fast now, along the ramp into the ship. Toward the bridge, a vandal in wolf colors saluted him as he passed. I hear the words. House of Judgment always hears. No choice. To keep the houses together. He paused again as he reached the bridge of his ship. Judgment always hears. The great machine stood in judgment. Eliknsi fell to fighting, fell to hate. Emotion caught in his voice. Cannot stomach this hate. As he spoke, the ship's engines rumbled to life. On the screens, Variks could see explosions resonating through the prison. His former charges running rampant. His ship passed through the base barrier and began to move on. Nowhere else to go. No one else to be here. He drew himself up to his full height. And so I become Variks the Kell, House Judgment Envoy to the Eliknsi people. No choice, he repeated, chuckling deep in his throat. His voice was calm. Eliknsi must rise. Yeah? The Once-Shipstealer. The Traitor. On the day of the prison break, Eramis is nursing a gut wound. It's not fatal, or at least she doesn't think so. She won the match in the arena, but not before an arrogant captain drove a sword into her side. It cut through her devil robes and left a bloom of blood that reminds her of the water flowers on Riis. Athrys loved water flowers. She's dozing when Variks arrives at her cell. Eramis. She opens her eyes and then narrows them immediately. Despite the wound, she stands. Too quick. She gets dizzy and steps forward toward the cell door. Traitor, she says in greeting. Variks flinches. He shakes his head, lowers his eyes. Even with the door between them, she can see his fear. It buoys her. There is change to come, he says quietly in Eliknsi, and then looks over his shoulder. His eyes dart back and forth, fearful, suspicious. He switches suddenly to the clumsy common language of the Guardians. Change Variks will make, yes. Change Variks will lead. But Variks, too, will need a leader. Eramis laughs. You wish to make me your prisoner, Kell? No, Variks cringes. Variks wishes. I do not care what you wish, Variks the Loyal, she says. There are Eliknsi who change in the shadow of prison bars. They form. They shrink. But Eramis has grown. She must show Variks that even with this steel between them, he is smaller. He is still a Dreg, pretending to be a Vandal. If there is justice in this world, one day I will dock your last two arms and leave you for dead. Something in Variks' eyes hardens. They share a tense silence. Finally, he says, in a voice as cold as ether, do not say that Variks did not try to help. He leaves, and Eramis settles herself again on the floor of her cell. Later that day, an alarm sounds. The warden projects a message in Variks' voice. The doors of her cell open, unprompted, as frenzied Eliknsi and Kabod charge through the prison, thirsting for freedom. Stolen intelligence. Outliers. Access restricted. Decryption key ORN326. Report number 692. Fallen. Dus. Agent RAN 187. Subject Countercultural Intelligence Update. 1. Fallen armed forces continue to fall back from active fronts across Terra. Factions of House Dusk remain active in the European Dead Zone. Throughout the rest of the globe, refugee attack incidents have dropped by more than 70% since the conclusion of the Red War, largely attributable to depressed fallen and human populations rather than any significant change in interspecies relations. 2. In absence of any united leadership, House Dusk continues to splinter and radicalize. The recent trending emergence of so-called crime syndicates, see Report 004 Fallen Seaver, is emblematic of the continuing destructuralization of fallen society. Likely an artifact of multi-generational colonization of human strongholds, this agent believes that because these syndicates have no relation to indigenous fallen culture, young fallen are appropriating and imitating human mythology in absence of a strong cultural heritage of their own. Much like the dissolution of the Kell Archon theology, this is positive news for those interested in the complete extirpation of invasive fallen from the system. 3. That being said, we should continue to monitor reunification efforts. Several personalities have emerged as potential leaders. First, the would-be integrationists. VIP number 1121, well known to Guardians of the Inner System as Variks, or Variks the Loyal, directly responsible for the release of the murderer Uldren Sov from the Prison of Elders. Number 1121 subsequently fled Awoken holdings in the Reef, and now styles himself the Kell of Kells, still representing House Judgment. The Praxic Order has petitioned the Vanguard for permission to detain 1121. The Awoken Monarchy, acting through the Queen's Wrath, has claimed jurisdiction over 1121, and further stated that any prosecution in absence of their involvement will be considered an act of war. The Vanguard has not yet made a statement about their position on the issue. VIP number 3987, another former Confederate of the Awoken, is a lesser-known personality known as Mithrax. Scattered field reports suggest that, like 1121, 3987 styles himself a Kell of the so-called House Light, an otherwise unknown house apparently founded by 3987 himself. We have second-hand accounts that Mithrax has engaged in allied operations with Guardians in the field, though we have not as yet been able to corroborate those accounts with any degree of veracity. This agent is inclined to treat these reports with a healthy degree of skepticism until otherwise confirmed, as they may be propaganda from fallen sympathizers in the old Russian and Red War Guardian cohorts. We have requested intelligence records from the Awoken, which may further clarify the matter. In addition, whatever the findings of said intelligence records may be, it should be stressed that one or two sympathetic outliers cannot be relied upon to erase the wrongs of past centuries. Nor should their good faith efforts to correct the sins of their forebears be taken as sufficient symbolic reparation. Second, the would-be separatists. VIP 4503, a recent personality known as Fikrul, or the Fanatic. A close confederate of the murderer Uldren Sov, 4503 has the apparent ability to raise himself from the dead in a manner not dissimilar to ghost-aided resurrection. Though his reign on the Tangled Shore was limited, he possesses sufficient skill, hatred, and motive to warrant ongoing surveillance. Given 4503's propensity for resurrection, the inherent risk of 4503 reclaiming the body of the murderer Uldren Sov from his final resting place in the Dreaming City goes without saying. The Vanguard continues to deploy fire teams to suppress 4503. Our agents have reached out to the Cryptarchy and the Jensum Scribes to request guidance as to his permanent destruction. VIP 2029, a once-known personality known as Eramis, or Eramis the Shipstealer, a House Devil's Baroness incarcerated during the Wolf Wars. 2029 successfully fled the Prison of Elders during the mass escape orchestrated by 1121. 2029 is a classical fallen pirate of the old ways, vicious, uncompromising, and possessing cunning of the highest degree. Field reports indicate that she is rallying violent dissidents to reconstruct House Devils from the ground up. This agent believes her to be the most viable candidate for universal fallen reunification, and would urge the Vanguard and other interested leadership to aggressively prioritize her destruction. We have come too far to pull our punches now. Message ends. Outbreak Prime. The captain stands with his primary hands braced on a command table. He stares down at a static holoprojection as though it might reveal some new secret. Nearby, the hunter combs through scout reports. The warlock taps rapidly at a datapad, running simulation after simulation. No one speaks. There is a deafening boom. The holoprojection flickers. The whole skiff tilts 70 degrees off kilter. The captain holds tight to the table, reaching out with a secondary arm to snatch the hunter as he goes toppling by. The warlock is not a concern. She has blinked her way to a secure handhold. The captain calls to his crew, speaking Eliknsi too fast for the hunter or the warlock to follow. Someone calls back. The skiff tilts nauseously, then stabilizes. Eramis? The warlock asks. The captain nods. Letting go of the hunter, he disappears through an access hatch to consult with his crew. I do not like this, the hunter says lowly. We should be there with him. The warlock chews on her lower lip. She doesn't like it either, but they've argued endlessly with their captain and gained no ground. We have to trust him, she says finally. This is what he wants. Trust him to die? The hunter hisses. Let's break down how stupid this is. Not only does he want to infiltrate the tower without us, he's planning to wear devil's colors to interrupt a devil's heist to reclaim Siva. And instead of leaning on us, his good guardian friends, he's banking on some stranger. Not a stranger, the warlock cuts in. Fine, not a stranger, but definitely not a friend. The hunter grits his teeth. We should do it. We need to do it. Let's just go. Let's go now. We can cut them off. He conjures his ghost with a twist of his wrist, readying for transmat. We have to trust him, the warlock repeats, reaching out to grasp the hunter's forearm. I think he's right when he says it doesn't mean anything if we do it. Guardians do extraordinary things all the time, and he needs more allies. The captain re-enters their little ad hoc war room. They draw up guiltily. The hunter hides his ghost. All well? He asks, looking between them. Aye, Mithrax, the warlock murmurs. We're all good. The hunter says nothing. We walk this hardship path with joyful hearts. Be brave. 0 hour. Cryptic clues lead the Guardian to a cellar on the farm in the EDZ where they encounter the Eliknsi called Mithrax. The Guardian and Mithrax head to the D1 tower. Mithrax takes out a fallen dreg and they split up. The Guardian defeats enemy fallen as they proceed through the 0 hour mission. The Guardian confronts the fallen captain called Syrinx, loyal to Eramis, who has been sent to reclaim Siva from the old Cryptarch vaults, and defeats them. Mithrax appears one last time, saluting before departing on his skiff. The Once-Shipstealer. The Visionary. In the first several months of her freedom, Eramis curses Mithrax the Forsaken. He is a wish to be Kell, a captured traitor, a four-armed dreg, cringing before a false queen, playing pretend among the enemies of the Eliknsi. And worst of all, the most humiliating, he has beaten Eramis. She has failed to acquire the Siva weapon, failed to shame the Guardians, failed to reignite the fires of the House of Devils. Her failure haunts her. Now, she sits in the bridge of her stolen ketch, straight-spined, staring at some distant point that she has long passed, one she can never return to. Athrys, youngest of her council, watches her from across the room. She closes the gap between them. "My Kell," she says. She has a voice like a child. Eramis is quiet for a beat longer than she needs to be. Finally, she says, "You are too young to remember the old house, what the devils were before." Athrys bows her head out of respect. "This failure has no sting for you," Eramis bites, bitter. Athrys keeps her head bowed. Then, slowly, she raises it. Her eyes dart over Eramis's face, searching. "I am too young to remember," she agrees. "But my eyes are clear. I can see what the devils will be." Eramis opens her mouth to remind Athrys of her place, and then pauses. Something in her mind has unlocked. She stands to her full, towering height, stretches her second set of arms. "No," she says. Clarity has descended on her like a Riis rain shower. "The devils are nothing." She begins to walk out of the room, purpose in her step, fire reignited in her belly. "The devils are dead. House of Anarchy, House of Ruin, House of Eramis. We must become something new." The Nightmare. As she dissolves the old bonds of House of Devils, Eramis is haunted by shadowed dreams. In one, she relives Twilight Gap. She lunges, driving a sword into the belly of a Guardian soldier, grunting as they yell and crumple forward. Another Guardian rushes at her head-on before she has time to yank the sword free. But she hears the sound of a shock rifle firing behind her, and leans abruptly to the right as the shot flies by and hits the Guardian before her with full force. She looks back to see Cridis, shimmering with the purple glow of the void as her servitor shields her. Cridis tips her head in acknowledgement of Eramis and turns to fire the rifle into another cluster of Guardians. Eramis rips her sword free and forges ahead. They are closing in on the city now. Guardians are falling all around her. They are so close. Fast, heavy footfalls come up behind her. Thylax, ferocious and bloodthirsty, shouts to Eramis as she attacks a towering, broad-shouldered Guardian. Eramis ducks and slides out of the way. As Thylax makes contact with the Guardian's head, Eramis slashes the beast across his side with her sword. He loses his balance, and she kicks his hip, tipping him toward Thylax. In these days, Thylax almost always fights with her bare hands. She breaks his neck. Eramis pushes forward. They are so close. A ferocious laugh erupts to her right, and then the thundering blast of a scorch cannon. Taniks, a blur of whirring machinery, creates explosions of earth and flesh and blood all around them. He keeps laughing. So close. But then, before her, a blinding flash of gold. She sees Eliknsi burst into flame and ash around her as a gun fires one shot after another. Pools of shining light are the only trace of the victims. The Guardian wielding the gun is like a tiny sun. Another shot. Cridis' servitor. Another. Cridis herself. Eramis remembers losing, but she does not remember this. Doesn't remember seeing Phylax evaporate into glowing ash. Doesn't remember the shot that hits her in the chest, or the burning fire that explodes through her limbs, or her own scream. She wakes with a jolt, breathless. The Herald. The dreams persist. They are old memories, but twisted. Battling a guardian in the prison of elders and falling before their light. Athrys banging on the walls of her sleeping pod, calling for the great machine. She can't sleep. Something in the dreams tells her to travel to Earth's moon, and she follows the sign. On the moon, she fights through corpse-stinking hive like swarms of flies. Their fetid stench is unbearable, worse than the carcass piles at the prison, worse than the battlefield of Twilight Gap. They eat and breathe death, and she resents their breath upon her, so she cuts through them like so much tall grass. A night stalks her deep into the catacombs, staying on the edge of her hearing, matching her footsteps. She lets it make the first strike, and when it does, she cracks its exoskeleton armor with her sword. The thrill of the fight, hearing the night howl as it meets death, is almost comforting. A reprieve from her unsettling dreams. She's painted with hive blood as she continues her advance, and when she finally comes upon the ship, a familiar sight causes her to freeze in her tracks. She remembers this fleet. She remembers seeing them in the sky like black arrows. She remembers the space where the great machine was, and then the blank space where it wasn't. It was all a lesson in dependence, one that took many years to learn. This time, the black arrow speaks to her. She knows it's not Eliknsi. It's not one of the clumsy tongues of Earth, nor the lilting speech of the Reef. It is something else. A whisper. But one that is so loud and somehow understood so perfectly. Stop waiting, it says. No one is coming for you. You must be your own salvation. She feels something in all four of her hands. A tingle, a buzz. It reminds her of the broken arc spear. She clenches and unclenches her fists, staring at the sleek surface of the ship. There's power here. Power that she can grasp. But not yet. A waking dream strikes her like lightning. She's transported. The bleak grey dust of the moon falls away, and she stands in a white plain of whipping ice and snow. It blinds her, chases her breath away. Then she is on the moon again. The whispers are silent. She knows where she must go next. The Scribe. Eramis and Variks stand in the shadow of a half-constructed city. Her people have salvaged bits and pieces from the Eliknsi hideouts across the system, and lashed them to the ruins of a Golden Age facility, building something new from something old. It's Eliknsi flesh on the bones of humanity's failure, nestled in the icy tundra of Europa. She watches Variks' face as he looks up. There is something familiar there, an awe that she remembers from a long time ago. It will be a new Riis, she says, raising her eyes to the scaffolding before them. A new home for our people. No more running, no more living on the outskirts. Variks looks away finally to meet Eramis' eyes. What of the devils? He speaks Eliknsi. It surprises her. Old names, she says, dismissive. Leave the old names and the old ways in the past. Just as she remembers, Variks doesn't let his awe stand in the way of practicality. His gaze has turned appraising. And why choose this place? Why choose this frozen moon? I saw it in a dream. She can feel his skepticism. She doesn't blame him, actually. Since the prison break, he's been hiding somewhere, some forgotten corner of the system, waiting for judgment to come. He gifted his people with freedom, and then built himself a cell of isolation. He can't see beyond what he thinks he knows. And why did you call for me? He asks. There is a hardness in his voice. After everything, we are not allies, Eramis. Old ways, she says again. If the Eliknsi are to survive, we need to abandon all memory of division. Petty squabbles, house politics. I want to wipe it all clean. She looks up at the scaffolding again. This will be a new world, Variks. New ideas, new stories. We will be known and remembered as something new. Variks follows her gaze. Now his voice has softened. And why me? Eramis turns to face him fully now. He fears her still. She sees it in the hunch of his shoulders, the way he turns his face to the side, as if looking at her head-on will hurt his eyes. In the new world, he says, I will need a scribe. The Council. Old friend. There's a bloody grin in Thylax's voice as she clasps Eramis' hand and pulls her close to her chest. Cridis stands behind Thylax, tall and ethereal. They're exactly as Eramis remembers them. Thylax chuckles. I always said no prison will hold her. Eramis laughs, easy and familiar. It's as if nothing has changed. She's transported back to her House Devil days. The days of assignments in the darkest, grimiest parts of her old stomping grounds. The Cosmodrome, with no one but these two for company. They laid waste to members of encroaching houses, razed human settlements to the ground, dreamed about the day they could challenge and strike down their own Kell to take up the mantle for themselves. But Cridis looks behind Eramis, not at her. And soon, Thylax does the same. Her eyes narrow. She lurches forward past Eramis to grab Variks up by his neck. Traitor Dreg! Thylax hisses and spits, cringing little. Variks scrambles and kicks like a creature in a trap. Thylax! He gasps. Praxis and Atrax stand to the side, waiting to meet the veterans of the old house. They watch without concern, though Praxis looks pleased. They do not intervene. Thylax tightens her fist. Let him go, Eramis says. Variks looks at Eramis, and then drops Variks. She says nothing, but Eramis can feel her disapproval. Cridis's too. Doubt creeps into their minds. His crimes are undeniable, Eramis says, dismissive. She doesn't look at Variks, but hears his tortured breathing as he scrambles back, away from Variks. But he's all that remains of House Judgment. You've no special love for scribes, Cridis says skeptically. Eramis inclines her head. No, but a scribe who can draw the ear of the Reef, Eliknsi? Variks grunts in understanding, but still looks unimpressed. She returns to Cridis's side. Cridis, on the other hand, looks pleased. Clever, she says. Before they can question her further, Eramis changes the subject. But I didn't call you here for politics. She gestures with one of her secondary arms. Come, let me show you what we've built. The Kell of Darkness. When the obsidian ship descends on Europa, Eramis is prepared. Her council by her side, Variks, Variks, Cridis, Praxis, and Athrys. She greets its arrival with bated breath. The foreign whispers return. This time, they say, do not wait to be chosen. Choose for yourself. Choose salvation. Eramis boards the ship and chooses strength. It is in this moment, as she holds this cold and ancient power in her hands, that House Salvation is born. Chapter 3 Beyond Light. We are now caught up to the events that occurred during the Season of Arrivals. In that season's finale, the Guardian was spoken to by the voice of the darkness, and it told them to also head to Europa, where ancient power awaits. Review of the Interdict on Europa landings. Access restricted, redacted. Report number 121, Europa ban. Agent Char 319. Subject Review of Interdict on Europa landings. Associations Active Interdict. Awoken. Military commitments of Bray Clovis, Braytech, Cryohazard, Deepstone Crypt, Enceladus, Golden Age, Io, Jovians, 9, Titan, Moon of Saturn, Vex. 1. Prior to the Taken War, the Reef maintained an interdict upon the poorly navigable Jovian moons. That interdict has failed, allowing Guardians to begin, politely put, reclaiming those satellites. The 6th moon, however, still falls under Vanguard interdict. To borrow an old adage, all these worlds are yours, except Europa. Attempt no bounties there. 2. I've been asked to review this interdict's continued necessity. My first impression is that its Europan files are so heavily redacted as to encourage the very expeditions they are presumably meant to deter. Have you ever tried to tell a hunter that they can't go somewhere and can't know why? 3. Europa's surface is hazardous. Intense radiation mangles both flesh and machinery. Peak temperature at the poles never climbs more than 50 degrees above absolute zero. The equator reaches a balmy 110 above. This moon was never T-formed and has no proper atmosphere. Tidal stress tortures and crackles the surface, leading to frequent cryovolcanism. There are many ways to die on Europa, but we are speaking of Guardians here. Risk of death alone cannot justify a no landings edict. 4. The subcrustal ocean is 2 to 3 times the volume of Earth's. Life exists down there, but we have forgotten how to reach it. Rumors of some vague abyssal connection to Titan and Enceladus are unsubstantiated, and in this agent's opinion, probably nonsense. So long as Guardians do not take up sport hunting, protection of native life is not grounds for an edict. 5. A heavily armed platform of Golden Age origins keeps station over the moon. It maneuvers using either Hall effect electrical thrust or some kind of anchor in the Jovian magnetosphere. Ordinarily, this would be worth investigating, but the files suggest that the platform is a rare example of an active and unpredictably hostile Golden Age defense asset. Approach at your own risk. Interesting note, some suggest that the jump ships of the Eon series are not as rapidly engaged. This matches with what we know of their designer. Jump ships are rare and valuable, so best to keep a safe distance. 6. Recent close flybys have imaged a Golden Age compound bearing the Bray Tech insignia built in the European ice. The same imagery captures thousands, if not tens of thousands, of hibernating or destroyed Vex. Unlike all other Vex presences on Venus, Mars, Mercury, Io, or Nessus, there is no sign of major construction. This suggests a Vex strike force, rather than a permanent presence. What did they want? We have fought Vex before, and early aggression against their designs has always proven critical. Their simple presence cannot justify an interdict. 7. Through negotiation and horse trading with her superiors, Awoken Paladin Camilleria provided me with a device capable of sundry high physics measurements I will not detail. It reveals that Europa is saturated and interpenetrated with dark matter loops. This is a sign of the interest and attention of the Nine. Their power and influence depend on the mass of nearby stellar bodies, and Europa falls within the sphere of Jupiter. As mighty a gravitational gatherer as anything outside the Sun itself. But even in this bastion of the Nine, Europa is a focus of particularly intense observation. We have often speculated that Xur is a construct made from the repossessed body of a Jovian colonist. But there are no known records of colonies on Europa. So what draws the Nine here? Unclear. Their interests are opaque. In any case, the gaze of the Nine is no reason to prohibit Europa. Guardians have gone much further into their influence before. 8. No known signs of Ahamkara or other ontopathic predators occur on Europa. Perhaps there are wishing sharks in the abyssal deep, but that's purely my fancy. No grounds for interdict here. 9. Europa is a traditional stopover for fallen raiders, tanking up on reaction mass. Mithrax, VIP 3987, relays vague reports of a taboo no-go area around the Golden Age station. This prohibition apparently goes beyond fear as weapons, and could be related to the Vex. There is allegedly something that cannot be stolen from. Tantalizing, but not grounds for interdict. 10. Many Exos have fragmented memories concerning ice sheets and Jupiter in the sky. Europa would be a logical origin for those memories, especially given the presence of Braytech assets. This seems to militate towards an investigation. 11. The instruments Paladin Rear provided are extremely unreliable in the vicinity of Europa. I cannot determine whether this is a result of poor construction, my own inexpert use, or the presence of something aberrant. 12. This is hardly a well-vetted piece of intelligence, but something about the imagery and lore I've collected gives me an extremely bad feeling. Something is wrong here. 13. In conclusion, I cannot find strong strategic reasons to maintain the interdict on Europa. We lifted the interdict on the moon not 5 years ago, resulting in a series of strategic key victories and intelligence findings, but also triggering the arrival of Oryx, an event that gave Gaul his light-suppressing technology and ultimately led to the awakening of the lunar intruder. Perhaps Europa will prove as consequential. We cannot shrink from new discoveries simply because they may lead to new challenges. Victory, after all, requires escalation. I recommend lifting the interdict. Message ends. Recommendation refused on grounds of compartmentalized information. Unable to share. Please trust that your analysis has not been ignored or discarded out of hand. Regrets, ICO 006. Beyond Light trailer. Following the events of Season of Arrivals, we see various scenes of the Drifter, Eris Morn, and the Stranger traveling to and across Europa. We see Eris appear to channel stasis, and the Stranger is accompanied by a weird, ghost-like creature, resembling a fish.
This is what I brought you here to see.
In the distance is the Europan pyramid that Eramis was drawn to.
I've seen terrible things born out in the darkness. Every moment brings them closer. My future does not begin here, but yours does. It's time to step beyond the light. And it all begins with a splinter.
Variks fights his way through a storm on Europa. He clutches a container and heads towards an abandoned communication station in the shadow of the pyramid. He enters and places the container on a pile of boxes and makes his way to a control panel. He coaxes it to life by punching it.
My friends, we are all in great danger. Earth, the great machine, Eliknsi, and human. Darkness walks among us. We are all in great danger. My kind must survive.
As Variks talks, the Stranger takes the container.
Send help. There is not much time.
Variks discovers the theft, and the shadows of Eramis' Fallen are seen surrounding the room.
She's already here. Athrys! Please, anyone.
The Guardian and their ghost look out across Europa towards the fallen pyramid.
That's another one. They all scan the same. Empty. Why did the darkness invite us here? You're quiet today.
Yeah. It's just, we keep coming face to face with darkness. And every time we fail to stop it, we're just so powerless. I'm picking up a distress signal. Someone's in trouble.
My friends, we are all in great danger.
It's Variks. He has a lot to answer for.
Darkness walks among us.
I'll send a message to let Zavala know.
No, wait. Where is the signal coming from?
Here. Europa. So Variks traded the prison of elders for this? I guess if I played a part in the murder of Cade 6, I'd hide on a desolate moon myself. We're close to the origin point of Variks' distress signal.
A huge fallen ketch appears, and after investigating the local surroundings, the Guardian heads towards Variks' location. Variks stands captured before Eramis, surrounded by House of Salvation soldiers. Eramis strikes Variks to the ground.
Not only a traitor, but a thief. Now where is it?
Safe from you, yes.
Search the buildings. Find it.
Eramis channels stasis at Variks' feet and begins to freeze him.
Wait!
Eramis, old friend. These powers, they create chaos. They are changing you. This...
Cling to your machine god. With this power, we make our own fate.
Variks grabs at Eramis with his mechanical arm, and she rips it off.
Always playing pretend. Living in the past. I should have seen it.
Eramis crushes the prosthetic.
Make an example of him.
Variks should be just up ahead.
Help them. Yes!
The Guardian fights off Fallen and approaches Variks, who is frozen in place.
Wait a second, I'm picking up more chatter on the Fallen's comms.
Have them surround the perimeter. The snake does not leave here alive. It will be done, Eramis.
Savior, hurry! You must free me. Variks thanks you. And now must hide.
Not so fast. We heard your message. Darkness walks among us. What do you mean?
There is no time. They are coming. Variks asks for your protection once more. I will take shelter inside, succeed, and Variks will reveal all. You do not trust Variks, yes? But leave your distrust, your blame, for later. The Eliknsi who attacked me, she is Eramis, Shipstealer. A new Kell of Kells, unifier of the houses. And she seeks to build an army of Eliknsi, powered by darkness. If she is not stopped, she will destroy us all. You must go. Variks will help you find your way.
Variks tells the Guardian about Eramis, a new Kell of the Fallen, or the Eliknsi as they call themselves. Through communing with pyramids, she has managed to harness the power of darkness and use it as a weapon. Variks escaped with proof of that dark power, asking for help. If Eramis succeeds in giving this power to all of her Eliknsi followers, nothing, not even the Guardians, will be able to defeat her. Variks asks the Guardian to find Eramis immediately. Perhaps she can still be stopped.
Variks, the power Eramis used to trap you, was that?
Darkness? Yes. We call it stasis. Power in opposition to your light, given by the pyramid. It led Eramis astray. Europa was to be a haven for Eliknsi, but stasis corrupted her. With it, she turns obsession into opportunity, working in haste to empower Eliknsi with the dark gift. If Eramis is not stopped, she will build an army capable of snuffing out the light once and for all.
The Guardian journeys from the comms tower to Eventide.
This is what remains of Eventide, Clovis Bray's European colony, built to house those who came to build Exo, and to become them. So you came to Europa to what? Hide from the Vanguard?
Variks knows of the elephant in the room. Cade 6's death was not my intention. No day passes without regret. I will answer for these crimes, but not before my people are safe from Eramis.
The Guardian enters the approach to Riis Reborn.
That dome, is that where you live?
A pinnacle of hope for the remaining Eliknsi, but a standing reminder of Eramis's betrayal of Variks.
I feel it again. The energy I felt earlier. It must have been Eramis using stasis. The darkness trail Eramis left behind leads right through that door, but it's locked.
With stasis, yes. You will not be able to break through.
Then we'll find another way around. Eramis is close. She's ours now.
The Guardian approaches a spot overlooking a chamber where Eramis is making a speech before her people.
Chains! For centuries we have been bound by them. Servants to the so-called Great Machine. We even built idols in its image. We have become pawns of our own devices. No longer. Today, we begin breaking free from our chains.
Eramis channels stasis at a servitor and destroys it. The crowd of Fallen edge back in shock.
This power is a gift. One I will share with all of you in time. Variks!
A Fallen captain approaches a crux of darkness, a huge splinter in the center of the chamber, glowing with resonance.
One by one, we will rise again.
Variks takes a shard from it and strikes the ground to raise stasis crystals.
This is our future. Our enemies stand no chance against this power. the great machine will finally know our pain!
The gathered fallen cheer, but a dreg points up to where the Guardian is overlooking the scene.
It would appear our enemies have arrived, eager to test us. Let's not keep them waiting.
Oh no. I can feel it. It's too powerful.
Eramis has begun spreading stasis to her army. You must get out now.
I'm calling our ship. Let's go.
Variks attacks the Guardian with stasis, who is forced to flee.
Don't stop. Keep moving. They actually have darkness. The Fallen. This is really bad.
The Guardian fights their way to their ship, escapes, and returns to Variks.
Variks believed Eramis wished to create a new life for the Eliknsi, but these dark powers have poisoned her mind. And so I fled from her. For this, she calls me betrayer. There are others who fled, those like me who still worship the great machine. They are in hiding. I will not leave them behind. They will be casualties in her war without our help. But perhaps they can be brought to safety.
Variks is alarmed to hear about Eramis' lieutenants using stasis. The situation is more dire than he realized. He wants to remain on Europa in order to help other Eliknsi who wish to flee Eramis, and asks the Guardian to help set up a comms network using a nearby array. That way, he can communicate with his allies and prepare for evacuation.
Europa is no longer the haven I hoped it would be. For those who do not wish to live under the rule of a dark Kell, we must play savior. A secret communications network would allow us to reach out.
Variks, we're ready. Where is the first relay?
Variks thanks you.
After the Guardian fixes the array, suddenly a crux of darkness appears.
Oh no. It's them. They're here. They're beckoning us.
We beckoned. You answered. We've kept you waiting long enough. Come to us. Salvation awaits.
The Guardian is led in the direction of the Europan pyramid.
The light believes you thankless. Nothing more than a soldier asked again and again to do its bidding. So we want to thank you with a gift to help you finally take control.
A huge structure of pyramid design embeds itself in the Europan surface. House Salvation Fallen arrive to investigate. Eris Morn, the Drifter, and the Exo Stranger ambush the Fallen. A fight breaks out and we see Eris, Drifter, and the Stranger use stasis to fight them off. They gather again and look toward where the Guardian was coming from.
And here comes our Guardian. Right on time.
The Guardian approaches the stranger's camp and speaks first to Eramis.
I cannot tell you how relieved I am to see you. We are in great need of allies, and I am in even greater need of a buffer between myself and the ever-obnoxious Drifter. The stranger, you see, is far too reserved to provide sufficient rest from his chatter. I suspect her quiet has more to do with what she has to hide, though I've yet to work out what or why. Still, even these two are an improvement from my solitary studies on Luna. You're lucky to have your ghost, Guardian. As you can surely tell already, this journey into darkness is not to be traveled alone.
The Guardian turns to the Drifter.
Your old pal Drifter was right. It's time to ditch the light, good, dark, bad dogma. And folks are finally starting to see it.
With everything that's at stake, you are reveling in being right.
Just let me have this one, Three Eyes, all right? Just once.
Finally, the Guardian speaks to the stranger.
I know. I owe you an explanation for all this. I once asked Guardians to destroy the Blackheart, to prevent Darkness's arrival. Success may have been achieved, but I now know that fate comes knocking sooner or later. The floodgates are open. The darkness is here. I wield it now with intent to stop our enemies where the light cannot. Your resilience within the pyramid proves you're capable of wielding it too. Before us lies what we call a ziggurat. Its purpose is temptation. To begin your training, you must give in. Here, take this. Please understand. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Let's cross it together.
The Exo Stranger has returned, just as the darkness was inviting the Guardian in. Instead of warning them to turn back, she says it's time to accept what it offers. The light is not enough to face Eramis and her Dark Council. If the Guardian wants to defeat them, they must embrace the power of darkness as they have. She hands them a Splinter of Darkness. This will allow the Guardian to wield Stasis. There are others like it, all in the hands of House Salvation. This one is weak now, but it will strengthen as the Guardian's proficiency grows. Lastly, the Exo Stranger offers the Guardian her campsite. But first, they must accept the path before them. Begin by attuning the Splinter in the monolithic ziggurat on the icy flats ahead. The Splinter of Darkness. Guardian, this is an artifact of darkness, and I now entrust it to you. Do not take this charge lightly. I have seen firsthand what its powers can do to Guardians who wield it. Even to you. Like all new ground, it can prove treacherous to walk. Listen to your little light, and remember that you will live with your choices forever. My grandfather came to Europa before the collapse to seek immortality. He thought he was chosen to lead humanity to the future. His experiments to this end were hideous. Despite my qualms, I collaborated with him. I accept my responsibility in full. I would have you know everything. O nymph, in your horizons, be all my sins remembered. You are not a nymph, but the principle holds, yes? We must know what he did with the powers you now grasp. I have included a hard copy of the logs I've deciphered so far. Reader, beware. My grandfather was worse than you know. Your stranger I remain. E.
I understand why you're going along with the stranger's plan, but, well, she's clearly not telling us everything.
The Guardian takes the Splinter of Darkness to the newly arrived ziggurat. The Splinter of Darkness pulses in attunement with the ziggurat. The first lesson is that of acceptance. Be bold, and open the mind and body to the possibilities of this new power.
The longer we're here, the more nervous I get. Not that I think you can't handle it. I know you can. I just wish I had a better idea of what that might be. We're definitely in uncharted territory out here.
Now that the Guardian has accepted this weighty responsibility, they must find their way to a crux of darkness, commune with it, and it will give them a taste of what lies ahead on this path.
Of the once great machine. Did you know that before it doomed your kind, it did the same to mine? You are not special, just the plaything of a so-called god who would sooner seen your life end than its own.
The Guardian communes with the darkness and is temporarily empowered with stasis. The Once-Shipstealer, the Priestess, Eliknsi. Cridis, the Priestess, cries out to you across the abyss. As we speak, the Once-Shipstealer brings the promise of our people to pass. Soon, we will rise to true prominence, united under one banner and one Kell, with no gods but ourselves. For who withstood the Whirlwind? Who pieced together catches and armories out of ruins and scraps? Who roamed the vast expanses for generations, subsisting on drips of ether and facing endless battle? Who survived? We did. Not the so-called great machine, nor the idols we crafted in its image. The Eliknsi survived. So why do we pine still for a light that shines not on us? Why do we kneel to the servitors that we created? Because we are afraid. Because for all that we've suffered, for how long we've traveled, we clung tight to the belief that we were meant for a higher existence, meant to evolve beyond our current forms. If only the Whirlwind hadn't cut off our people from godliness too soon. This I believed as well. I mourned the death of our collective potential in our rituals and rites, felt the acid burn of despair in my body as I received succor from our prime servitor, dreamt of the day I turned my weeping eyes up to the sky and found it empty of salvation. I was blind, but Eramis removed the light from my eye. Now I see. So I entreat you, children of Riis, come receive clarity for yourselves. Witness the greatness of the house salvation and the Kell who leads it. Rejoice, for she who brought our servitors low where they belong will do the same to the great machine. The light holds nothing for us now. Long have we traveled in darkness. Now is our time to embrace it. The Warrior. I am Phylax, once warrior of House Devils, once child of home Riis. I speak now to Eliknsi still scattered. Listen close. There is no repeating. Death to House Devils, ashes to home Riis, I cast off these useless things, and I pledge my life here to Riis reborn, to Eramis and her house salvation. I fought many battles and found no warrior above the knife will of Eramis Kell. Together, we sieged the walls of the Earth City with weapons in every claw. Side by side, we spilled life force across the system. No catch was out of her reach. No death could seize her. Even enchained by the wretched Reefborn, she grew only stronger in mind and body. Chelchis, Skolas, Axis, resurrect them all and watch her reduce them to dregs. Her new claimed power is beyond any they wielded, beyond any our people ever knew, and she will grant it to all who unite under her banner. Even now, as lieutenant, I share in that with her. Side by side, our bodies thrum with the same ice-cold energy. Energy to drag the great machine from the sky and fortify our new city with its metal hide. Energy to defeat the wretched of this system and feed our children with the battle bounty. Energy to reign beyond 1,000 lifetimes. All you now hear, I am Variks, the warrior of darkness. Life to Riis reborn, victory to the Kell of Darkness, glory to the House Salvation. Empire Hunt, Variks. After the Guardians' first communion, they return to Variks.
Can it be? I can smell that poisoned power on you. Does corruption spread so quickly? Or do you hope to fight Eramis with her own weapons? You walk a very dangerous path. Take this recklessness to Variks then, but beware. She is Eramis's most skilled warrior. She made her name at Twilight Gap. Prove yourself a worthy opponent, and she will show herself.
Variks disapproves of the Guardians' new stasis abilities. He thinks they are being reckless. He warns them to remember what the darkness has done before, and what it is doing to Eramis. He refuses to believe that this is the only way to stop her. But he acknowledges that the Guardian is free to walk their own path, even if it's a dangerous one. He urges them not to lose sight of their goal. To get to Eramis, they must begin by defeating the leader of her army, Variks. Thanks to his secret communication network, Variks learned that Variks was ordered to take control of an area currently occupied by the Vex.
Looking at her Vanguard report, I can see how Eramis would be a fierce opponent. But from what we've seen, even her own lieutenants fear her. It's hard to square that with what Variks told us, that she had good intentions once. That scares me. That the darkness could change a person that much without them noticing.
Soldiers of Eramis search here for deserters. They show no mercy to those they find. Please, destroy them first.
These are the coordinates I picked up on the radio. Variks has troops patrolling this area.
The Guardian defeats the soldiers of Variks to discover intel. The Guardian defeats Eliknsi, Salvation Elite.
Machine spawn. I admire your thirst for the fight. Come and find me.
She's transmitting her location to us. Looks like we won ourselves an invitation.
Variks found fame at Twilight Gap, yes? Fame for ruthlessness, for final deaths. For Variks, there is no greater joy than battle. You must challenge her, but use caution, Guardian.
The Guardian enters the Nexus to challenge Variks.
They say you are a great warrior. And you have challenged Eramis Kell once before. But I think you are built with machine weakness, god dependence. You flee from battles you think you will lose. Prove you are worth my time.
What did Variks mean by god dependence? The Traveler? I don't feel dependent on or limited by the Traveler. I feel close to the Traveler. Protected. Or, I did. Since you got that splinter, I feel further away than ever.
What drives you, machine spawn? Do you fight for glory? For power? My Eliknsi fight for the fight itself. There is nothing beyond it. Let me teach you this lesson.
I've never seen the Fallen's military forces so organized.
For many years, Eliknsi lived scattered, yes? Eramis took our broken houses and forged an army.
And she wants to give that army stasis, if they ever came for the last city.
I see now you are a worthy challenge. A chance to hone my blade. Come find me, machine spawn. I am waiting.
A large brig is dropped in to fight the Guardian.
Another one of those giant mechs.
Technology taken from the Kell's scourge. Another splintered house, united under Eramis.
Variks emerges to fight the Guardian with stasis.
I will bring your corpse to Eramis Kell. I will forge myself a ring from your armor.
The darkness beckons to the Guardian. They wield stasis to defeat Variks.
Variks, Variks is down.
Her soldiers will scatter, but there are other powerful Eliknsi that will stand in your path.
Destroying the general doesn't destroy the army. But this is a start, at least. Let's get that splinter back to camp.
The Second Splinter. After defeating Variks, the Guardian returns Variks' Splinter of Darkness to the Exo Stranger. She encourages the Guardian to strengthen their connection to stasis at the ziggurat before they continue the hunt of Eramis' Dark Council.
Guardian, this feels wrong. You wielding darkness. But I'm not going anywhere. If you need me, I'm here.
The second lesson is that of resistance. Be mindful. The Guardian must guard their emotions against the temptations of the darkness, as well as their own fear in wielding it.
This power, this stasis, I'm worried it's taking more of a toll on you than you realize. I'm able to bring you back from death with the light, but I may not be able to if this power consumes you. I'm picking up another transmission from Eramis.
To my Eliknsi sisters and brothers out amongst the stars and here at home on Europa, we have suffered a great loss today. Our beloved warrior Phylax was murdered by pawns of the once great machine. As always, they eagerly seek to eradicate us. Remember, light only burns bright so long, but darkness is forever.
The Guardian communes with the darkness.
I'm here to fight for the light, and so are you. If this is how we're going to do it, I'll be by your side. But we are toying with power neither of us understand, and I have no control over it. If anything happens to you, I may not be able to help, but I'll do what I can.
Regarding Stasis. A letter to the Drifter. Drifter, while your presence is often irritating and your odor repellent, you have proved yourself quite knowledgeable regarding our foes. As darkness appeared, you did not flinch. Your assistance during its arrival was greatly appreciated. Under normal circumstances, I would belittle you and tell you how one such as yourself is unworthy of the position you find yourself in. But nothing is normal during these times, and I accept any ally willing to see past the antiquated philosophy we have sustained ourselves on for so long. You too acknowledge the need for balance during this time of extremes. Need I remind you, our actions must reflect this. Your unpredictable nature has no place here. We must remain steady in our convictions, no matter what the Vanguard or the Guardians say. Keep your ears open. Should forces gather against us, it is paramount that we outmaneuver any counter to our plans. We are both accustomed to working alone. For this effort to be successful, we must cast aside selfish intentions and find common ground. Alone, we will collapse under the weight of this undertaking, and the darkness knows how to exploit weakness. I know you feel it as well. The power Stasis brings. Does it frighten you? Even though I believe my grasp is stronger than yours, I do not have any illusions regarding the darkness. It will tear through your lack of conviction faster than you can abandon the cause. I am curious, however, as to your feelings toward the stranger. You appear as a creature of instincts, and mine remain sharp. I am nagged by the sensation that she is not being entirely forthcoming, and much of her information is shrouded in speculative riddles. I believe her intentions are true, but I cannot separate myself from the uncertainty I feel. Where does your confidence lie? I suspect you do not trust anyone, myself included. Perhaps that is a trait worth adopting. We will be tested in ways we are not prepared for. I hope you see the gravity of our charge, despite your consistent mockery and cynicism. This is no time for humor, though you may not have the capacity to process your emotions without it. It is wise to keep your comments to yourself. Invest in a journal for reflection when times are lighter. And lastly, I ask you to refrain from referring to me as Moondust. Perhaps then I can overcome citing you as Rat. Regarding Stasis. A letter to the stranger. Stranger, You raise a great deal of suspicion in your ways, and your words harbour the weight of someone who has witnessed more than they let on. As one who has seen through the darkness and into the void, I too know how to conceal unbearable truths. Know this: truth is eternal. Run from it as long as you can. It will catch up. You speak of events that have not come to pass, with a certainty that unsettles my mind. Yet your purpose here feels obfuscated and opaque. Secrecy will not galvanize our cause. It will fester and rot away our cause until our enemies eviscerate our hollowed and putrid husks. Occasionally, I sense you may be afraid of the future, the past, of me. Share your secrets, for then there will be nothing to fear, and the darkness will have one less weakness to exploit against us. Drifter raises other concerns about our coalition. I sense our allegiance to be a precarious one, each of us out of our element, though we all stand to lose far more than we gain through betrayal. If our dedication to the cause does not waver, we will see the other side of this collapse. The bonds we have formed outside of our alliance must not break. We must continue our efforts to convince those opposed to our work that it will be the foundation of our preservation. Our hope lies in a collective unity, though we must also ensure that none shall inhibit our growth or progress, no matter where the opposition lies. I fear for what that entails. I too have trepidations regarding the path we are on. Even as I feel our power swell, there is still temptation rife with destructive potency in stasis. What else could it unlock inside of us? In these unorthodox times, I look to the darkness and our enemies. See how it empowers them while it toys with us. Oryx would never have let the Taken without its guidance. Eramis' army has been a vile, deadly force due to its influence. We should learn from their examples. It will subjugate us all if we allow it. So we must spread our message of balance through the dark. We must show our control, or we too will be lost in the shadow it casts. Now is the time to rise up and take command. Use its power to eliminate the puppets in its grasp. If we are successful in our instruction, through discipline, Guardians will harness the long-dormant power within, without fear of corruption. They will listen to you, stranger, as they have before. Be their lodestar for hope. That is our path to eradicating those who misuse the darkness. Through our singular focus and unparalleled strength, our enemies will fall by our hand, and the unending night will give way to a dawn not seen since the Golden Age. Is that not what we are fighting for? The Once-Shipstealer, the Technocrat. This is Praxis, the Technocrat speaking from Riis Reborn. It has become evident that, even as our numbers grow, many Eliknsi have yet to accept our Kell's invitation to take part in the long-awaited progress of our people. Thus, it falls on me to make an argument I did not think I would have to make. No, that is false. I did anticipate some degree of cowardice, obstinacy, stupidity, whatever you might call it, but only in the beginning, when we lacked evidence for our endeavor. At this late stage, however, when Eramis Kell succeeds where all others failed, alas, I might find it hard to believe if I could not see the empty spaces in our half-filled capital, or heard the whispers of doubt sown by the weakling of House Light. Yes, even from this moon of some distance, I can tap into your transmission, Misrax. Others may call you forsaken, but I dub you foolish, clinging still to that moon-sized obsolescence. Do you forget the lesson we teach our children? A ketch laden with the unnecessary will never fly. As for those of you following in his example, placing your faith in peace with our enemies, well, what good are the words of a scientist if you ignore what is before your own eyes? I can only encourage you to truly think. What proofs have your alleged allies offered of their loyalty, their willingness to share equally with you? How have you benefited, truly benefited from them? If you answer, none yet, or I don't know, I admire your patience. For myself, for my Kell, for all of us of House Salvation, the time has grown too long, and the failures too many to invest in such a flimsy experiment. The Eliknsi must update our approach if we are ever to rise. Either join us as we march toward progress, or be swept aside with the vestigialities. The Wild Card. I am Atrax, the Wild Card, and I have been charged by my Kell to speak to the youth of the Eliknsi. Those who, like me, have never known a life that wasn't wandering, who have no memories of Riis, only tales of glorious cities under glowing green skies passed down from our elders. The very same ones who moan that we have never felt true peace, which can only be found under the shade of the great machine. Well, I, for one, am glad for it. I could not be more grateful the Whirlwind came to slice the ties before I too was entangled. They told us it was destruction that visited that day, but what if it was salvation? They called us unlucky to have been born in the dark of deep space, but we were born free. They say we lack the light to truly see, but when we first opened our eyes, there was nothing to block our view of the vastness of the universe. So why do we let the nostalgia blind point the way? Why do we carry their dead dreams? They have turned their backs on the future. I say let them, or the easier to strike them down and finish the metamorphosis started long ago. Then, you can join us on Riis Reborn. Empire Hunt. Praxis. After the Second Communion, the Guardian returns once more to Variks.
I have seen what power has done to Eramis, but perhaps you are different. Perhaps there is hope. Praxis. He is the visionary mind behind Eramis's technology. He wrings power from the darkness itself. But Variks was not privy to his secrets, his experiments. You must discover how he creates these dark weapons and stop him.
Variks is surprised and impressed that the Guardian managed to defeat Thylax. He now believes they may be capable of wielding stasis without being corrupted. He tells them that their next target is Praxis, the Eliknsi who created the technology that allows House Salvation to wield darkness. Defeat him, and Eramis' plans will come to a halt. Variks believes he's been experimenting on the Vex, and if they disrupt his experiment, they might just get his attention. The Guardian does just that, and their ghost is able to locate Praxis through a servitor they fight.
Got a signal off of that downed servitor. I know where we can find Praxis.
Eramis met Praxis in prison, yes? Each day they spoke through the walls of their cells, dreaming of a new world. His research gave Eliknsi the ability to draw power from the splinters. Be careful, friend. Kill Praxis, and Eramis will no longer be able to empower her followers with darkness.
The Guardian pushes through the Fallen and enters Bray Exoscience.
Interlopers, meddlers, extraneous variables. But perhaps I can make use of you. Your kind make compelling test subjects.
Praxis releases a brig upon the Guardian.
Let us run a test. Initiating defense protocol near side.
The Guardian defeats the brig.
No. Troubling. Embarrassing. I must keep this from Eramis. The data must be clean.
The Guardian encounters Praxis behind a barrier.
The others did not come this far. You are an outlier, aberrant, but I can account for you.
Praxis re-emerges riding a heavy shank.
Eramis does not permit errors, so I will not fail.
The Guardian defeats Praxis.
Variks, Praxis is down. We're finishing up here.
Good. Without Thylax and Praxis, Eramis will grow reckless, careless. Without her counsel, she is weak. She will struggle to control this new dark power.
Perfect time for us to strike. Guardian, we should get back to camp with this splinter. The stranger will be waiting.
Eramis addresses her remaining lieutenants, Athrys and Critis, in Riis Reborn following Praxis' death.
Praxis and Thylax are dead. We must retaliate! Athrys. Critis and I can handle this. Return to the crypt and prepare the body.
Athrys bows and leaves.
Eramis, we must take pause. These powers are not what we expected. I, too, am impatient, but there is wisdom in caution.
Stasis crystals begin to involuntarily grow along Eramis' arm. She strikes herself to remove them.
Caution? Look what caution has earned us. Our enemy exploits our weakness. Now we must act. I will give these Guardians the destruction they crave.
Mask of Bakris. No, leave her be. Praxis foresaw this. You will be silent. Don't listen to them, Atrax. Focus on my voice. That is not you, Atrax. It is not. Do not turn away. That body belongs to someone else. It wears a mask, just a mask. Take the mask off. Reach down and touch it. Good. Now take it off. Pull harder. This imposter is clever. The mask is affixed. You must cut it free. Take this blade. Do not hesitate. Do not poke. Chop it. Smash it. Yes. Good. More. More. Wet your hands in this imposter's gore. Spread it about. Good. There. You have it now. You have removed the mask. Does that look like your body now? No. It is an empty thing. I will take this mask and clean it. When others wear it, you will not see your face in it. You will know it is a mask. Return to camp. The Guardian returns to the camp and encounters Zavala, who has new orders for them.
Guardian, I don't even know where to begin. It seems every day I know less and less. But that's not why I came here. The Vanguard has been watching Eramis, and I have important intel for you. You've clearly disrupted Eramis's plans. Vanguard scouts report that she's fled to the Cosmodrome, perhaps to loot the remains of the old House Devil's hideouts. Her plan is unclear, but I believe she's getting desperate. Go to Earth. Find out what her next move is. And Guardian, I understand what you're doing, fighting fire with fire. But the darkness is not our friend. The darkness caused the collapse. By all accounts, it seeks to cause another. Don't let it lead you away from the light. The city needs you. I need you. For now, do what you must for the good of humanity. But don't lose sight of who you are.
Eliminate Bakris. According to Zavala, Eramis has left Europa to reconnect with the House of Devils on Earth. He sends the Guardian to Shor Han, a Guardian patrolling the Cosmodrome, for more details on this new intel. These Fallen sure know how to keep us on our toes. Shor tells the Guardian that Eramis has been trying to recruit her old comrades from the former House of Devils for a while. For her to arrive in person now must mean she's growing desperate. Word is, she brought along a trusted sergeant, Bakris, the Adamantine, and empowered her with stasis as a demonstration of the forces at her disposal. Shor suspects the sergeant has remained in the Cosmodrome in order to secure the Devils' follow-through on their pledge to relocate to Europa. The Guardian is ordered to locate Bakris, the Adamantine, and scatter the Devils before they leave for Europa.
Variks, we figured out what Eramis was doing in the Cosmodrome. It's the House of Devils, or what's left of them. She called for reinforcements.
Of course. The Devils will follow Eramis's every command, and there are many left yet.
We've tracked them to an old factory.
Do not allow them to reach Europa.
We're on it.
The Guardian defeats Bakris.
Variks, Eramis was planning on flooding Europa with spider tanks. We've dealt with the ones in charge.
Yes, our comms buzz with chatter. Word of your success has already reached Europa. Eramis is most unpleased. She intends to react with another set of reinforcements. The Vex.
The Vex? How?
Europa holds yet another dark secret. A portal built by Clovis Bray, leading directly to the Vex. Eramis intends to activate it.
Then she needs to be stopped. We're on our way.
The Glassway. Though her recruitment scheme has been thwarted, Eramis has another ace up her sleeve back on Europa. Eramis plans on reactivating a long-dormant Clovis Bray facility by powering up a Vex portal. The Guardian must stop her before she reactivates the portal and unleashes the Vex, endangering all life on Europa.
Variks, we're here. Heading in after Eramis now.
The portal within. It was built in your golden age to study Vex. But Vex escaped. Murdered many. You must hurry. Devastation is all we face if Eramis opens that portal.
We're on it.
Hello, Pawn. It's no surprise to find you here.
Eramis, you must not do this. Do you not care for our people?
Far more than you know, traitor.
The Guardian enters the Nexus to prevent the Vex from swarming Europa.
Tell me, Variks, was it not you that tortured and murdered Eliknsi in the prison of elders?
Variks is...
a hypocrite? Yes. At least here they die for a cause.
The Guardian brings down the fallen barrier blocking their path.
You are a monster if you do this.
I'm no monster. What I do for the future of our people.
Open that portal and you kill them all.
Many will die, yes, but more shall live. Our world died, Variks. Do you recall? We were absolutely powerless to stop it. I tried everything to put it behind me, to move on. But in my head, I could not silence the collective cries of our injured and dying. But then, darkness presented itself, and I took it. Finally, Variks. Finally, I felt I could do something. So go ahead. Call me a monster, but do not doubt that what I do for the future of our people. Believing all this the desperate plan of a Kell gone mad, rather than a step towards absolution. Let's call it justice, for spilling the blood of worthy Eliknsi and taking what was rightfully mine.
Eramis has always been brash, but this is different. The darkness pervades her mind and spirit.
We'll stop her, Variks. We have to.
Poor, foolish pawn. This time, I made you into one of my own.
There she is.
Now the blood of the Vex flows across Europa as it did long ago. It will be your end.
Eramis retreats into her skiff after leading the Guardian directly to the portal.
The portal. It's on.
The Vex portal activates. Belmont, Transcendent Mind, emerges. The Guardians defeat Belmont, but the radiolarian fluid from the Vex frames is drained away.
Wait! Where is all that radiolarian fluid going?
Eramis, what have you done?
The Third Splinter. By reactivating the Vex portal built by Clovis Bray, Eramis endangered all life on Europa, including her own soldiers' lives. Though the Guardians successfully thinned the Vex hordes, Eramis was still able to collect the radiolarian fluid she needed and escaped. What she plans to do with this resource is not yet clear. What is clear is that the darkness has fueled her anger into a reckless rage. She must be stopped once and for all. The time has come to complete the journey with Stasis.
Oh, Pawn. In another life we may have been allies, but instead you put us at odds. So I have no choice but to use darkness to rip, shred, and tear through every single one of your kind.
We won't let you.
The Guardian travels back to the Stranger's camp.
I've written to Zavala and Ikora to convince them of our cause. They're wary, of course, but I believe we can pry open even their closed-off minds. We must, if we're to stand a chance against what's to come. Osiris has done much to pave our way. Many do not reject his ideas as they once did. I sent a message to him as well, though I doubt he read it. I'd rather not contemplate as to why.
You know me, kid. I've been getting ready for the end since the day I was born. Then Stranger here came around preaching the same thing. You ever get antsy when people tell you exactly what you want to hear?
No one's making you stay.
Yeah. I'm just gabbing.
Darkness is a parasite. It burrows its way into your soul and feeds on your most selfish desires. Your every wish, tainted and twisted, as you become the very thing darkness wants you to be. In that world, there is no future for any of us. I have witnessed this firsthand. I refuse to let it happen again. So know this as you step away from the light once more. Inside us all is the strength to control darkness. We need only look inward and remember why we're here. We are humanity's final salvation.
The Stranger seems pleased as the Guardian hands her the splinter they retrieved from Praxis. The Guardian has made progress in dismantling Eramis' Dark Council and shown that, so far, they have a good handle on resisting the temptations of the darkness. But the journey's not over yet. In order to wield Stasis against the Kell of Darkness, they must achieve perfect control of the power flowing within. The Exo Stranger has seen what happens to Guardians who lack this discipline, but refuses to explain herself just yet. She hands them back the splinter, now enhanced by Praxis's. The Guardian is ready for the next stage of Stasis.
I'm worried, Guardian. Wielding Stasis may be taking more of a toll on you than you know. I can resurrect you with the light, but if using darkness consumes you, I may be powerless. I never imagined you'd be wielding darkness. Maybe once we defeat Eramis, you won't need to anymore. Eramis is sending another wide-range transmission.
Judgment Day is upon us, my fellow Eliknsi. Another foundational pillar of our beautiful society has been knocked down. Praxis, dear friend. Your death at the hands of those puppets will not go unavenged. Soon they will answer for what they've done. I will see to it myself. Rise now, my fellow Eliknsi. Do not let this scum take more of our sisters, brothers, fathers, and mothers. We are the future of our kind, and we will destroy all who threaten us. Leave no pawn alive.
Be careful, Guardian. This is stasis at its most powerful. I won't lie. It scares me. I just don't want to see it turn on you. Its grasp is sinister.
Regarding stasis, letter to Zavala. Zavala, our world has changed, and the people of the last city look to you, to the Vanguard, for leadership. We have come face to face with that which we have feared and condemned for so long. New insights have been discovered, and knowledge once thought unobtainable has been gained. There is an untapped potential in stasis for us to be greater than the sum of our parts. Yet the Vanguard remains stagnant in its unwavering crusade against the darkness. You believe we must destroy the darkness. We cannot. We should not. We must use it, learn its power. We have a chance to show our strength in the face of utter calamity. Make no mistake. The new collapse has arrived. Stasis is the key to enduring it. Our enemies will come from all sides, but the balance will see us through. We simply cannot win this fight on firepower alone. If that were the case, the war mind would not have been reduced to a boneless heap of machine parts. I know what you think of us. The Drifter, a nuisance. The Stranger, an unknown quantity. I am also aware of the impossible feat of fully earning your trust. Your trust is a luxury. Yet I have been ever ready to serve and support Vanguard efforts throughout your tenure. Never once have I led you astray. Believe me when I tell you that this is the only way forward. We are doing what is required to win this fight. Now is not the time for staunch biases. It is time to end the old guard. There is a new calling, whether you answer it or not. You do not have to embrace it, but do not stand in our way. We will move on, with or without you. What you reason to gain by holding on to antiquated ideas is nothing compared to what we will lose if we do not fight back against those who use the darkness by employing any means necessary. If we do not, we will surely face complete annihilation. Letter to Ikora. Ikora, when first approached to enlist in your network of hidden, I was reticent. I had placed my faith in others previously, and it led me to the most arduous period of my life. When I emerged, hardly anyone trusted me. Rarely did others see value in me. Except you. You have always remained an ally, without my asking. I am now asking. The darkness's arrival ushers in a new age, and with it, the revelation of Stasis. We must seize this opportunity before it is too late. The collapse now escalates. Our enemies' agendas advance, and we are losing. The Vanguard has played its part in bringing us to this stage, but Zavala is stalwart and far too stringent in his ways. He will never permit us to wield the darkness in service of the light. I know this journey into darkness is dangerous and unprecedented. You and I know few have tried, and even fewer have lived. We will become the exception. It is an audacious claim, surely uttered by easily corrupted fools, but it is one I intend to see through. I know what they are saying. They fear what I will become. Help me to assuage those fears. I am in control. I have touched darkness and have seen its plans for us. Do not trust it or its messages of peace and salvation. Stasis is not a gift. It is a tool, one that can be molded to fit our needs, and I have seen how to manipulate it for our gain. The surge of power can be overwhelming and tempting to give into, but my will is stronger and brighter than the darkest of nights. I have dug in, carved new paths, and found sinew reserves in myself long thought depleted. We can win, Ikora, if we wield this tool correctly. We can prevent becoming overcome from attacks on all fronts. We can rid the world of Savathûn and the blight of the Hive. Consider that. Nothing will dare stand against us when we command the dark and light. You believed in Osiris's teachings of balance once. Do not tell me you falter now. I know you are wavering. This is an opportunity to find meaning and purpose the Vanguard hasn't provided. The foundations you've helped lay will provide stability, but they must be built upon. I need you to help preserve the ideals we have been fighting for, now more than ever before. You can allay those opposed and convince them of our efforts. Be the bridge to usher in the misled. Stand with me. Together, we will achieve balance. Letter to Osiris. Osiris, I fear this letter may never reach you, old friend. Your disappearance is as mysterious and unexplained as the loss of the planets we suffered. I write to you because we are in the midst of a new era. You predicted this turning point long before it was on the horizon, and we are in need of your wisdom, now more than ever before. You will be pleased, or mortified, to know you were correct. Balance is the only true way. You have seen the scales tip firsthand. Too much in either direction has never resulted in the harmony we hope to achieve. The Vanguard is dubious of our intent and ability, fearing corruption and displacement. They do not trust me. You were held in similar contempt for speaking your truth and empowering free thought. You know what it feels like to be chastised and labeled a traitor. We are mere steps away from a disintegration of our institutions, and they cannot see destruction staring them in the face. We have been manipulated from all sides. Savathûn has played the darkness as an instrument of deceit, while the Vanguard has used the light to blind us. There was power in between, kept from our grasp. No longer. Ikora wavers. She stares at the precipice, unwilling to fall into the abyss. We can no longer wait for her to make a choice. While it pains me greatly, this is not the time for personal feelings to factor into our actions. I have allied with those branded unsavory and have taken the power the darkness holds to oppose it. It cannot oppress that which it does not control. For so long, we have clung to the light, denying the strength offered by the dark. By using stasis, we will end this war. We see the contest for what it truly is. A game played by our adversaries, and we have been the pawns. We are pawns no more. This is not a battle I want to wage without you, although we may not have a choice in the matter. Wherever you may be, please come back to us. A Kell of Darkness. With their control of stasis stronger than ever, the Guardian is finally ready to take on Eramis and returns to Variks.
Eramis wished to return the Eliknsi to greatness. Variks wished to follow her, but her anger has made her blind, and it has made Variks see. Eramis cannot save the Eliknsi, and we cannot save Eramis. We must help the Eliknsi who wish to flee Eramis. We must give them the second chance she promised. And then the way will be clear for you to end her reign.
Variks looks somber. When he witnessed Eramis releasing the Vex, he realized that she has truly lost sight of what she was fighting for. Now, she has endangered everything the Eliknsi have built on Europa. As the Vex make their way across Europa and toward Riis Reborn, Variks is planning to help some of his allies evacuate the city. They are carrying an important asset that he claims will be invaluable to House Light on Earth. He asks the Guardian for help defending them, and then the way will be clear for them to confront Eramis.
Guardian, I don't know if I have it in me to keep this up. Wielding the darkness, I mean.
The skiff is prepared. Help my allies flee this ruined place, and they will become your allies too.
A skiff with Eliknsi refugees is being held in place by an emitted field. The Guardian tampers with the field emitters. Archon aspirants arrive to protect them. The allied skiff is released and escapes.
My friend, thank you. Soon the Eliknsi who still know hope will flee to safety. Mizrax, the light Kell, awaits them. For a Kell, he is young, untested. But my people dare to hope, yes. I see now that you wield this dark power more wisely than Eramis. Perhaps the corruption did not stem from darkness, but from anger.
Variks has been able to evacuate fleeing Eliknsi off Europa thanks to the Guardian's help. The way is clear for them to go after Eramis and put an end to House Salvation's threat to the Traveler in the Last City.
The more Eliknsi that escape, the better I feel. They deserve safety, away from Eramis.
A victory, yes, but more remain.
And when I find
find them, they'll all die. Good riddance to traitors like you. Unworthy of my empire.
Eramis, it was never meant to be an empire. It was meant to be home.
Home. Our home was taken from us by your once great machine. There is no home for us while it still lives.
The Guardian makes their way to Riis Reborn.
Eramis. Variks had hoped somewhere within the friend I knew remained. But after what you did, I knew I was wrong.
Do you know why they call us Fallen? It wasn't our Whirlwind that earned us that name. We're Fallen because Eliknsi like you never proved we could stand up. To humanity, we were always weak, always doomed. But I knew, from the moment the once great machine abandoned us, what had to be done. I was the only one who had the strength to do it. So forgive me, traitor, but the friend you thought you had, she never existed at all.
The Vex encroach upon Riis Reborn.
You think me insane, don't you, Pawn? One day you'll understand. When your city falls and your people die. When your traveler abandons you.
Eramis is wrong. About Variks, about Eliknsi. Variks came to Europa for a second chance. For the right thing. That is strength, not weakness.
Oh, please, Variks. You only came here to hide. Like a coward.
No! Releasing Vex put Eliknsi lives in danger. Many have already perished. Eramis, you are the real coward!
Silence! I've had enough of you, Variks. I will enjoy watching your skull shatter into pieces.
The Guardian confronts Eramis. Within the center of her command room is a hologram of the pyramid.
Eramis.
Welcome back. It's time to meet your end.
The Guardian fights against Eramis.
The darkness was not meant for you! You do not understand this power! I will destroy you! Your once machine! Everyone you have. Your chains are showing. All that power, wasted serving false gods!
Eramis freezes the Guardian in stasis.
Allow me to help you break free!
Ghost. This is... I can't. I'm sorry.
Eramis freezes the Guardian's ghost and takes their shard of darkness from them.
Look what I've done for you. No more light. No more dark.
Look within. Focus your power.
How interesting.
The Guardian breaks free of Eramis' stasis crystals.
The only thing we have to break here is you.
Come then, Pawn. Show me what freedom has given you.
After the Guardian breaks free of Eramis' stasis, they look to finish off Eramis in view of the pyramid.
Come to me, Pawn. I will tear the darkness out from inside you.
The Guardian fights Eramis using stasis.
How dare dare you get in my way? You are not special. The darkness is mine! However you do this, it does not matter. I can still tear you apart. This power was meant for me and the Eliknsi, not scum.
Eramis falls to her knees.
It will not end this way. It can't!
Eramis's shard is fractured and she begins to freeze. We zoom out as Eramis stands frozen completely, grasping helplessly towards the distant pyramid. The darkness within. The Guardian has discovered the darkness within, and the threat posed by Eramis is no more. Her frozen visage will haunt the vista of Riis reborn for eternity. The time has come for the Guardian to complete their journey and truly master the power of stasis. The Guardian returns to the Exo Stranger's camp and speaks to Erris, Drifter, and Elsie.
You're far from true mastery, but your progress with stasis marks a step forward for our cause. Hopefully your example will encourage others to explore this path. The Vanguard view us three with suspicion. But you they trust. Show them it is not misplaced. Demonstrate how the darkness can be used for good, just as the light has been for evil. This is only the beginning, Guardian. We have much more yet to uncover.
That power looks good on you, kid. Real snappy. When the world goes to hell, folks like you and me just keep on going. Still gotta work. Still gotta get paid. Bring those fancy new powers through Gambit sometime, huh?
You see now. Darkness resides within, beckoning you, as it has many others, across lifetimes. Timelines. Beyond ours lies another world, one pervaded by darkness, where Guardians abandoned their light at the call of temptation. In that world, you were no exception. But here, in this world, light and dark swell within you side by side, giving you strength. Remember that when you step onto the ziggurat once more. You're there for one reason and one alone, to fully harness the darkness within you. It's time now. They're expecting you.
The Exo Stranger is thrilled. The Guardian's progress with stasis marks a new milestone for her. In order to understand why, they must know what happened in her original timeline, one in which the darkness corrupted all but a few Guardians. When this ushered in a second collapse, the Exo Stranger thought all hope was lost. But, looking at the Guardian now, she finds hope once again. Hope in a future in which the darkness within can be accepted, controlled, and embraced. A future in which balance and truth can prevail for the good of humanity. To take one more step towards this future, the Stranger asks them to approach the ziggurat once more and embrace the darkness within.
The ziggurat, the crux, the splinters, all the darkness here on Europa. I thought I could stand it, but I had no idea we'd be here for so long, or that you would keep getting closer and closer to it.
The Guardian attunes their Splinter of Darkness with the final stasis seal in the ziggurat in Beyond. They've nearly reached the end of their journey. And they are teleported into the pyramid.
I just want you to know, I'm here with you. Through light or dark. We're partners. Always.
The Guardian communes with the veiled statue and embraces the darkness within. The Guardian stands now at the end of this path, having learned acceptance, resistance, and control. They have wielded stasis with skill and to good end. They have ended the dangerous reign of the Kell of Darkness. The Guardian returns to the Exo Stranger and stands before her as an adept of stasis. They have fully embraced the darkness. Stasis is now theirs to wield whenever they desire. The time has come for the Exo Stranger to reveal her secret.
You have taken control of the darkness within and sent Eramis to her end. It's time the truth presented itself to you. I mentioned before another timeline. My own. There Eramis lived, and the temptation of darkness thrived. It pervaded the minds of the good and preyed on their desires, bringing about a new dark age. I feared these events unavoidable, and though I still do, you've given me cause to hope again. Our fight is far from over. We must prevent that dark future, no matter what. Thanks to you, I stand no longer at a familiar end, only a promising new beginning.
In another timeline, her original timeline, she failed to stop the darkness from manipulating Guardians and bringing about a second collapse. Since then, she has been carried through time, trying again and again to prevent that dark future. Looking at you now, she finally sees a future in which she might succeed. She thanks you, then reminds you that the fight has only just begun. More Guardians must take this path towards stasis. She'll be here to guide those that do. Tower reactions. Zavala requests the Guardians' presence at the tower to congratulate them on defeating Eramis and discuss their further usage of stasis.
Eramis is gone. I can't say I agree with your methods, but you did what had to be done. Europa is a treasure trove of Golden Age knowledge. That knowledge, good and bad, belongs to humanity and must remain out of the hands of our enemies. With their Kell gone, the Fallen will be scattered and disorganized. Frequent targeted strikes will keep them that way. I've made an arrangement with the Awoken. Temporary immunity for Variks while he helps us secure Europa. It doesn't sit right with me, after what happened to Cade. But there are greater threats on our doorstep now.
After defeating Eramis and speaking to Zavala, Ikora has some optional text if you visit her. It has been some time since we last spoke. I hope you are well, though hope, it seems, has little wake in this turbulent time. I find myself trying to resist the urge to theorize or apply motive, though I feel ensnared by the temptation to do so. Ikora expels a deep breath. There is a reason behind all of this. Order. Clarity. Somewhere. Ikora shifts to look at you. Tension pinches her face. Perhaps it is not hope that is needed, but rage. Rage for the lives that were plucked from the sky, for the holes left open and undefended, for the shadows allowed to creep into our home in the pyramid's wake. She looks to the traveler. There is much to answer for. After speaking to Ikora, Hawthorne has some optional dialogue before returning to Europa. Soraya Hawthorne cocks her head towards the Guardian. You've been busy. Pretty impressive for a half-dead Guardian I dragged out of the mountains, she smirks. Been talking to Zavala. He needed to be reminded of everything the city's achieved. Everything we've fought for. Everything you've all let me be a part of. He needs those memories to lean on. Hawthorne's head droops, and Louise nuzzles her temple. I'll admit, I thought it was over when live casts of those horrible ships hit the tower. It's all I could look at for days. She absent-mindedly feeds Louis a bit of meat scrap. I've thought that way before. But we survived. Then and now. I'm sorry to hear about Sloane. And Asher. Hawthorne turns away to look over the city before craning her head back towards the Guardian. Sometimes we lose. Just don't ever quit on us. And we won't quit on you. Before returning to Europa, Saint 14 also has a dialogue text if you go to him. Saint 14 is a pillar of unshakable light, beaming warmth down on you. My friend, sit with me. The Guardian sits with Saint and his pigeons. Time passes as the two look over the city and watch indistinct motion flow through its streets. Do not forget to take moments like this to clear your mind. Saint 14 rests a hand on their shoulder. Osiris says the mind is a muscle. It must be worked. But it tires too, if it carries too much weight for too long. That is the lesson I taught him. The Traveler has spoken to us. It roared against the darkness, and the pyramids halted. He places his hands on his hips. Ikora does not see it so. I mourn as she does. But this is a time of change. And choices. We must take care in the examples we set. Be patient. He crosses his arms. Vengeance is a dark road. Instead, let us pursue justice. Regarding Stasis. To my queen. My queen, your absence during this time is distressing. I am certain the efforts on your front are not in vain, though I must inform you that our situation is evolving rapidly. Your guidance and support are greatly missed. We have made substantial and irrevocable progress into our understanding of the darkness. Its wants, desires, and needs become clearer each passing day. I have much to share with you, though I am concerned you will be displeased by the means with which we have obtained the information. Before word reaches you that Eris Morn has been compromised, I will tell you myself. I am fighting the darkness, using darkness itself. It is vital to me that you know beyond any doubt that I am of sound mind and body, and our agreement stands. While I use darkness to combat it, my focus remains steady. I know there are threats far greater assailing us on all fronts. We must strike back in measure, and this is my part, my front. For, left unchecked, Savathun will become the greatest threat of them all. When I encountered her last, she demeaned me, tried to use my friends against me, and rob me of my strength. She has no idea how powerful I have become. I will see her end, firsthand. I acknowledge there is great anger in me. I know the darkness would sooner exploit my rage than grant me serenity. I will not dishonor our friendship with lies. It is hard to control my emotions. I feel the temptation to give in. I urge you not to condemn me. You know what I have seen, what I have been through. I am not one for reckless abandon. Though this may seem a last resort, I have unveiled a great potential for us all. While I have received resistance from the Vanguard, more are joining our ranks. Soon, we will wield the power we need to stave off the odious minions of the darkness permanently. Soon, the Witch Queen will feel my wrath. Soon, there will be peace. I hope when you return, it is to a world without strife. For now, I ask that you continue to believe in me. Your support has remained a beacon in the most trying of times. And were it to extinguish, I fear what would ensnare me. I am sure you are frightened and appalled by these developments, but I assure you this is for the greater good. While you may disapprove of my methods, know that the ends will justify the means. To Ashamir. Asher, my Jensim scribe. This communication shall go undelivered, along with others that never found their destination. I feel guilt, pain, anger. I am sorry I was not there for you at your final hours. What you must have felt, knowing you were facing the certain end. I hope the majesty of Io and the sacred land of the cradle provided some comfort where I could not. Your affliction was ravaging you. This is known. After all your suffering, perhaps you welcomed death. In a way, I envy you. To know tranquility, to discover what awaits us on the other side of this fight, beyond the torment. That does not excuse my absence, for which I struggle to forgive myself. I will never forget how you cared for me after my escape from the Hellmouth. You provided me with hope after I had lost all, and compassion I believed I deserved none. You made me feel myself again. I have stolen strength from the darkness, imagining it would lead to a changed world after all of this. There would be peace, a cure for you, a warm cup of jasmine tea between old friends. It was an end that justified the means. I make a solemn vow today to you, Asher. I will have our revenge. I am powerful beyond our enemy's anticipation. The abominable hive will be exterminated, and Savathun's illusions of sovereignty will be broken. The vile family line will end with the Witch Queen. I will not stop there. The Vex will have their day. I will scream your name so it echoes for eternity as I banish them in time to rust and decay and be forgotten. Our enemies sought to corrupt us from the inside. They believed us compromised and invaded, but our infections will be healed through my actions. They were unaware that we were siphoning knowledge. We are the infections now, and we will rot them out. Too many of my friends have disappeared. Paranoia warned me more will follow. I must act quickly. Your legacy will not be forgotten, and your work will fuel the eventual Vex deletion. I will see a monument built in your honor. Rest assured, till our light shines together again. To the Witch Queen. You believed yourself clever, unassailable, and omniscient. For too long, you were manipulating and pulling at our strings, howling at our failings. The black needle punctured our deficiencies, injecting fear and doubt into our cause. You have grown greedy, witch. Your ambition has forced you to overextend your reach. You have revealed your weaknesses, and through stasis, I have become powerful enough to rid us of your curse on existence. We control the darkness and the light now. It will be your undoing. Your hands are wet with the blood of my allies. I have not forgotten the suffering your meddling has caused. We saw you, the puppet master behind Oryx's plot. We heard your screams as Crota met his end. Your cowardice will conceal you no longer. I am coming for you. I will be your end. As your elders before you and your progeny after you fall, and all that surrounds you crumbles, Eris Morn will stand in front of you, smiling as I wipe your name from the pantheon of gods. You will suffer a humiliating defeat as your power dwindles and your influence withers. We will laugh at your demise. You will become a fascination. Children will sing songs and tell cautionary tales of the old witch whose avarice deprived her of her desires. You will fade into fable and, eventually, nothing. A bygone dream of pains no more. Do you understand this clearly, Savathun? We are no longer forced to endure your torture. There is no veil for you to hide behind. We see you plainly. Your orchestration has led to too many foul notes. All your attempts to subjugate this power have failed. You are a plague, and we are the cure. Your army will be eradicated, and the hive will be a layer of dust cushioning our footsteps. Trust me, you will hate it. I find myself giddy at these thoughts. Revenge suits me, it seems. I no longer know fear. I am overcome with certainty. When next we come face to face, I will remove the bandages that shield me, so I may see you for all you are, and all you are not. And you will see me, and know that the fire that burns behind my eyes will be your oblivion, suffocating and searing you to ash. Prepare yourself. I am your ruin. Shadebinder. I first heard it in the thrall-carved tunnels on Callisto, as I saw light torn from my friend. A chaotic chime like breaking glass, ringing in the corners of my mind. I ignored it then, and burned the hive vermin with vengeance and fire. But it returned, when Gaul's wicked contraption gripped the traveller, and the light fled from my bones. A cold chorus in my ears, a shattered song demanding to be heard. I clung to it then, shivering in the rubble of the last city. It drowned out the marching of centurions and focused my will to survive. It was in the shadow of the pyramid on Europa that I finally understood. What was noise became a chilling harmony born of dissonance, a structure I could finally grasp. I joined the song, and as my voice perfected the chord, my hands gripped a staff of ice. Chaos given shape. It sealed my hands in rhyme, and the song resonated through my flesh. I was its instrument, and it was mine. When we sang Be Still to the world, it would obey. Behemoth. The ground ruptured and sizzled as scorch cannons and wire rifles pummeled my cover from all directions. Fallen war cries echoed through their endless ranks. Despair grew within me, but with it came a whisper, an offer. I closed my eyes and accepted. The cold embraced me, dimming the sounds of battle into reverberant echoes, thin and distant. I flexed my gauntlets and felt the roar of glaciers grinding against the bones of the world. I crashed my fists into the earth, and frozen obelisks erupted, encasing dregs and vandals into helpless effigies. I gazed through the crystals enveloping my enemies, and in the myriad refractions, I saw their fear. I felt their desperate will to escape my grip, and in the moment before release, I shattered it. Revenant. A fallen captain stalks his prey through the barrens of Europa, servitor at his back. The wind kicks up shimmering plumes of frost. He doesn't see the frozen karma hurtling towards him. It strikes with a deafening crack. The servitor is gone. The captain flees for cover, but it's too late. He is frozen in a crystalline prison. His battle cry freezes in his throat. There is only deafening silence. He sees a shadow approaching, cloaked in the ice and whirling snow, but it vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Fear grips him as he scans the white wastes. A second karma pierces the ice shelf. Biting whirlwinds erupt and tear at his frozen body. He catches a glimpse of the shadow in the squall, rifle in hand. The hunt has ended. He shatters in the wind. Regarding Stasis. A letter to all Guardians. Guardians, discontent and skepticism permeate our allies and corrode our bonds. I am certain the rumors that circulate in the tower have found their way to you. Eris Morn has been compromised, corrupted by the darkness. You and I know that could not be further from reality. You have stood by me, and we have been empowered, enlightened, and vivified. We have struck a balance. There is much that you are already aware of. You have seen how the darkness does not seek to subjugate, as the light does not. They are tools. They are choices. They are made to be commanded and controlled. This is clear now. Along the path, you have been the only consistent allies worth trusting. I have my doubts about the stranger, and similarly, the drifter. If they fail us, or worse, attempt to deceive us, we will have to continue on without their support. I do not fear that possibility. As long as we are together, we will be unstoppable. We can recover what has been stolen from us and procure retribution for that which is irreparable. We finally have control over the darkness and can use it against those who seek to destroy us. All of us now have the means to persevere and win this war. Any Cabal insurrection will be thwarted before it's allowed to endanger. The Vex will be banished to some forgotten time. The fallen will surrender or perish. And what of Savathun and her forces? They will bend until they break into decomposing pieces of refuse. Stasis provides an answer to where we have fallen short previously. Use this power, with me, to abolish our foes and prevent what our forebears could not. The next collapse is here, and we must abandon our previous misconceptions of right and wrong. You are aware of the stakes, so I will leave you with a word of warning. The new collapse did not come from the darkness alone. It comes from all around. It comes from within, and the assault has already begun. This campaign is far from over, so there is much to prepare for. We will be the masters of our fates once more. I cannot wage this war alone. I need you, all of you. I know what I ask. For you to face the unknown, use forces beyond our comprehension. This is a world of uncertainty, yet it remains clear. Wielding the darkness with righteous intent will be our true salvation. Will we unite? Cinder Pinion Set, Part 1. It was the morning of the new Crucible season when the shout echoed throughout the tower. Master Rahul flinched, fumbling his engram. Commander Zavala looked up from his desk. KD 5530 hurried to steady a haphazard pile of shipments. In the hangar, a flock of well-fed pigeons took wing. They are throwing new grenades! Part 2. Lord Shaxx charged onto the Crucible field. Gather close, my champions, he shouted. Yes, both teams. I want to congratulate you. The Guardians peeked warily from cover, then assembled before Shaxx. I remember the first time I saw a hard light shot bounce around a corner, he began. The first time I handed over a mountaintop. The first Guardian to bring Gjallarhorn to my crucible. The huge man shook his head fondly. I know the powers you hold will soon be commonplace, but I wanted to acknowledge you for being among the first to bring them here. To me. Thank you for showing me your crystal columns, he said to a Titan. For the swirling maelstrom brought by your staff, he said, nodding at a warlock. And you! He walked to a hunter in a few long strides and clapped him on the back. The hunter tumbled to the ground so hard, his weapons reloaded. You threw scythes at them, boomed Shaxx gleefully. He helped the hunter to his feet, then turned back toward the group. May your strength guide us through whatever troubles are yet to come, he said, and saluted. The Guardians bowed. Lord Shaxx stood proudly for a moment, his hands on his hips. What are you waiting for? He cried. Resume the match. and the Guardians fell upon each other once more. Part 3. The dejected Warlock walked away from the Crucible with his ghost hovering over his shoulder. He noticed, didn't he? Said the Warlock flatly. Don't know what you mean, lied the ghost. Shax. He saw when I... The Warlock spread his hands, fingers splayed, and wiggled his fingertips. The ghost shrugged his points and gave a non-committal beat. He may have. The Warlock groaned. Oh, how bad did it look? The ghost made a sympathetic noise. Not bad. The Warlock stared blankly at his ghost. Okay, pretty bad, the ghost admitted. You shattered. Shattered? How? Like a statue somebody knocked over, said the ghost. You just went everywhere. Everything broke except for your boots. The Warlock exhaled slowly. And Shax saw? He probably did, yeah. The Warlock shrank into his hood. What makes you think so? Well, because... the ghost said carefully. He said you had nice boots? Part 4. Do I fear it? Lord Shax stooped to bring himself slightly closer to the recruit's eye level. Tell me, if I were to wear your helmet, would I fight as you do? The Guardian shrank visibly and shook her head. Of course not. We use the weapons of our enemies, but we do not become them. Do you know why that is? The recruit stayed silent. Shax put his hand on her shoulder. Because a weapon does not change a warrior. If a weapon makes you a monster, you were a monster to begin with. He turned to the other Guardians. We are surrounded by fear. It presses on us from every direction. If you fear the hearts of your brothers and sisters, then speak to them. Shax nudged the recruit. She tentatively raised her hand and summoned a fistful of stasis crystals. He nodded with approval. If the heart you fear is your own, he said gently, speak to me. Part 5. Lord Shax looked down at the city as he spoke. The children in the city have always played at being guardians, shouting about their hammers and shields, swinging branches as dawn blades. Many a time, I would pretend to be slain by one of their attacks as I walked through the city. They would always laugh. He gripped the railing in his fist. Now, they shout different words as they play. They call forth different powers. When struck, they hold positions, freeze in place, keep still. Their smiles fix on their faces. They fall perfectly quiet. He began to say something else and gestured emptily toward the city, but his hand fell to his side. He turned toward you. You and I, we are warriors. We know the weight of our weapons when we draw them. But the children? His voice was quiet. It unsettles me. Chapter 4. Splintered. The ancient power the darkness has tried to tempt Guardians with has been unleashed, and House Salvation reels from Eramis' defeat. In this final section, we will cover the post-campaign stories that see the Guardian tracking down Eramis' final lieutenant, Elsie confronting her dark future with Anna, and the story of the Deepstone Crypt raid, with its consequences for Banshee 44 and the fate of Europa. Reclaiming Europa.
Eramis is gone. I mourn the loss of an old friend. I celebrate the death of an enemy. The taste is bittersweet. But ideas are stronger than death. I hear whispers of Eliknsi, who wish to take the mantle that Eramis left behind. There is still work to be done, yes?
Variks is somber when you approach. Eramis' single-minded quest for revenge made her unfit to lead the Eliknsi, but Variks mourns her all the same. But there is little time to mourn. Variks knows new Eliknsi challengers will rise on Europa. He agrees to help you and the Vanguard take down what remains of House Salvation. The aftermath. The Guardian enters the fallen city to investigate the Vex forces warring with House Salvation.
Eramis unleashed chaos on her own city.
Lucky for us, the Vex will further destabilize them. We just need to land the killing blow. See where the Fallen stand now that the Vex are at their door. Find the cracks in their defenses.
The Guardian explores Kell's Rising.
Variks thought this place would be the new home of Eliknsi, Riis reborn. But these Vex will churn it to dust.
Commander, the Fallen are holding their ground against the Vex better than we expected.
Perhaps someone has risen to replace Eramis.
I think you may be right. Get deeper in the city. Find out who it is.
The Guardian pushes onward to find Cridis.
Machine spawn. Did you believe you could break our Kell so easily? She has merely transformed, and she will rise again.
Eliknsi still flee from this city. Some for House Light, some for Dusk. Perhaps they flee from Cridis.
The Guardian is ambushed by Fallen. A spider tank drops in on the Guardian.
Zavala, we're clear, but there's no sign of Cridis. She got away.
We can't let Cridis rebuild the Fallen forces here. She slipped under our radar once already. Work with Variks on this, Guardian. He has insider knowledge.
We'll get it done, Commander.
Empires fall. Variks is grateful for the Guardian's help. Thanks to them, House Salvation's presence on Europa grows weaker every day, and the Eliknsi move one step closer to peace. With the Guardians defending Europa, Variks believes more and more Eliknsi will be swayed to join House Light on Earth. Empire Hunt, Cridis. Variks believes Cridis' followers are collecting artifacts of darkness. The Guardian must defeat them to learn more of her plans. The Guardian discovers that Cridis is preparing for a mysterious ritual using darkness. They must disrupt her efforts.
Eramis wished to destroy gods, but Cridis simply chose another. She craves not power, but meaning, and she seeks it in darkness.
The Guardian enters Riis Reborn.
My people, your Kell sleeps, but she is not dead. The darkness brings another gift, the means to rouse her from her slumber.
Rouse her? That cannot be.
Eramis Kell has not left you. Eramis Kell has just begun. Eramis Kell will return in a storm of blood and ice. In her slumber, Eramis Kell seeks greater knowledge from the darkness. She pledges herself to its mysteries. She journeys through its glorious depths. And she will return not as Kell, but as a god. The darkness sends visions of Eramis Kell. It names me her escort out of the deep. Back to you, her people, her faithful.
If Cridis speaks true, if she has found a way to bring Eramis Kell, to bring Eramis back to life.
We're not gonna let that happen.
The Guardian fights Cridis.
Welcome, spawn of the traitor machine. Have you come to witness the rise of a god?
She's down, Variks. It's over. That's all of them. All of Eramis's lieutenants. Her entire council.
The reign of the Kell of Darkness is ended. Thanks to the Guardian. But in death, Eramis becomes myth, immortal. Her legacy will go on. New champions will rise in her name. We must stay always vigilant.
Zavala wants to talk to the Guardian after the defeat of Cridis.
Cridis is defeated. But it's not the Fallen that concern me now. It's us. I've had time to think. Guardians are not immune to corruption. The pursuit of power has divided us before. I don't know what comes next. But I know that we must remain in the light. I see fractures already. If we bend, we will break. Guardians must not use the darkness. This is the Vanguard's official position. The people of this city look to us. Help me show them the way.
Born in Darkness, Part 1. Zavala's request falls on deaf ears as the Guardian returns to Europa to speak to the stranger.
Humanity's refuge does not lie in us alone. We must awaken darkness far and wide, teach the masses to use it for good. But first, we must awaken its power fully. There was one whose knowledge of the darkness exceeded even our own. My grandfather, Clovis Bray the First. Elizabeth, he said to me as I woke, born again as an Exo. You are going to save the world. What a load of crap. The old man didn't care about saving the world. He only cared about his precious legacy. Still, here's to hoping he was right. Clovis kept most of his secrets in his personal journal, and I know just where we can find it.
The Exo Stranger is pleased with the Guardian's progress acquiring and learning to use stasis, but explains it can still be further enhanced. She reveals herself to be Elizabeth Elsie Bray, granddaughter of Clovis Bray I. His experiments on Europa were filled with deceptions and secrets, the most important of which may have involved exos, darkness, and by association, stasis. Acquiring his digital journal, the Guardian is bound to discover further truth about stasis, but the journal is currently locked. The Exo Stranger removes a symbol from her own body and hands it to you, calling it a skeleton key. In order to access the journal, the Guardian must first empower the skeleton key with stasis energy. After completing some necessary tasks, Elsie asks the Guardian to bring the fully empowered skeleton key to the Bray family's secret bunker so they can unlock the journal. The Guardian finds Elsie looking at an old picture of her and Anna before she became an Exo.
It's a strange thing. Sisters alive again at the same time. Me wishing I didn't remember my past, Anna searching constantly for hers. All this time I've kept her searching, kept her away from desire. Fortunately for those of us in need, Clovis left plenty behind. He wanted it that way. You brought the key?
The Guardian inserts the key into the bunker's computer.
Everything we're looking for is in there?
Clovis was a man so obsessed with legacy he recorded practically everything he did, including every body he left buried in our family's past. History loves referring to his kind as great men, remembering their successes while ignoring the atrocities committed to get there. Make no mistake, Clovis was ambitious, ruthless, a tyrant. That knowledge is why I've kept Anna searching. She's not ready to hear about any of it. Or even about me, for that matter. We're not here to learn who Clovis was, either. Only to gain what he found experimenting with the darkness. Stasis. If we're lucky, this journal is our key to unlocking its greater potential. We'll have answers once I can decrypt it further. Thank you for your help. When I know more, you'll know more.
I realise now, our search for the stasis Clovis found will always intertwine with my family's past and my dark future. I'm sorry I left abruptly, but talk of family always makes me uncomfortable. Perhaps one day, Anna and I will be reunited. Till then, Clovis's journal may have led me to find something stasis-related. If so, I think you should have it. Come find me near the campsite in a bit. The Exo Stranger uncrosses her arms as the Guardian approaches, happy to see them again so soon. The journal of Clovis's is more of a boon for us than I previously realised. In my original timeline, there was a hard copy, though it was incomplete. You finally helped me access its digital form, and with it, we've been rewarded. The Exo Stranger hands the Guardian what she found, our first step in enhancing your darkness abilities begins with this. I'm looking forward to seeing what you make of it.
Turns out Clovis's journal is fairly encrypted, and I'm unable to bypass most of it. Probably to keep it away from, well, me. I stood by his side for a time. It's why I look like this. He needed a guinea pig, and after Dad passed, I needed a father figure. Eventually, I realised my mistake and joined my sisters in trying to take our grandfather down. So Clovis took precautions to keep us from interfering. Didn't want us exposing every dark truth about every unethical experiment. And so here we are, encrypted journal and all. I think it's about time we extract some good from the bad.
Born in Darkness, Part 2. The Exo Stranger has pored over Clovis's digital journal and discovered that despite learning more about Stasis from the available pages, much of it is still encrypted. Turns out, Clovis didn't trust many, including his family. Though this is not the Exo Stranger's first time seeing it, she has never been able to fully decrypt it to further understand its secrets. But, with the Guardian at her side, decrypting the journal finally feels like a reality. In order to decrypt and explore it further, the Exo Stranger once again asks the Guardian to empower the skeleton key with stasis energy, believing that Clovis installed it in her, hoping she would use it one day to continue his work and further his legacy. After completing some necessary tasks, Elsie asks the Guardian to once again bring the skeleton key to a lost sector. This time, Perdition.
Clovis may have been a bastard, but he was a brilliant one. He had decryption algorithms for his journal all over Europa. Found one. It's in this console. Bring the key to it.
The Guardian enters the skeleton key into the console.
We told her she was adopted, Anna. It was simpler than telling her about our father's infidelity. But it was more than that. Anna had some destructive tendencies as a child. Reminded us all of the old man himself. Our mother thought if Anna believed she wasn't one of us, she'd dodge our grandfather's genetic cruelty, as she called it. I never bought it. Cruelty isn't genetic. It's learned. Clovis chose to be evil, and Anna was just a child acting out after losing her father. But in my original timeline, my dark future, Anna eventually found her own brand of cruelty, thanks to the darkness. It used her troubled past to manipulate her, and she wasn't strong enough to resist, and I had to put an end to it, to my little sister's life. There was no other choice.
You killed Anna?
In my dark future, yes. Truth be told, I miss her. But in this timeline, she doesn't even know that I'm alive. That's by my own design. This time, I kept her away from her past and from me to prevent the darkness from getting to her. But no matter what I do, it still finds a way. Eris Morn gave in to curiosity and brought the darkness. Eramis gave in to desire and built a dark empire. As with all things dark, they were both driven by obsession. Because that's where our fault lies. That's how darkness corrupts. I can't ignore it any longer. Keeping Anna away will only cause her obsession to grow, and the darkness will find her. I must find her first.
The decryption of the journal completes.
The decryption code worked. There's enough stasis research in here to hold us over for now, but there's a lot yet to decipher. And Anna should be here when we do. I'll let you know what's next, once I make sense of it all.
Digging further into Clovis's journal is really paying off. Or, I should say, Clovis's Golden Age experiments with stasis are finally paying off. At least, they're doing so for us, and not for him. Come to me at the campsite, and our findings are yours to keep. The Exo Stranger seems lost in thought when the Guardian approaches, but their presence quickly snaps her out of it. I've sent a message to Anna. I can only hope she receives it well. Assuming she has any desire to speak to me, we will hopefully be seeing her soon. The Exo Stranger's demeanor shifts. Excitement is on the horizon. In more hopeful news, decrypting Clovis's journal has yielded another opportunity to enhance your stasis powers. I can't wait to see what you do with it.
Thanks for your help last time. I was able to decrypt a portion of the journal with what we found, and it's even more unsavory than I ever knew. Amongst the madness, however, it appears our efforts were not in vain. Clovis hadn't just found stasis, he'd enhanced it. Fortunately for the world, he didn't know how to use it. Just sat in a lab somewhere until the collapse, like so many of his experiments. Decrypting the remainder of his journal should point us in the direction of that knowledge. And I know where we can do just that.
Born in Darkness, Part 3. In Clovis's research, he discovered traces of darkness energy in every one of his subjects. Humans, Vex, even animals. We know now, darkness truly does reside with us all. Further decrypting Clovis's journal has pinpointed our next decryption algorithm. But to get there, we must begin by empowering the skeleton key with darkness. After completing even more necessary tasks, Elsie asks the Guardian to once again bring the skeleton key to a lost sector. This time, the Concealed Void, where Elsie has invited Anna to join them.
I knew Clovis was bad, but all this... I'm feeling a little ashamed of being a Bray right now.
Welcome to my world.
Elsie... Clovis... This is all I wanted. All I searched for. But you've been around this whole time, and I never heard from you. Guardian? What are you doing here?
This is actually why I brought you here, Anna. Perfect. This is exactly what we need to decrypt the journal and find that stasis research.
Stasis? You mean darkness power?
Anna, what we're doing here is extremely important. Stasis is just a tool. We've used it for good.
You're using darkness?
I was skeptical at first too, Anna.
Both of you? After everything it's done to us?
Anna, our past. I thought that keeping it from you was the best way to protect you.
Protect me? I've been protecting myself just fine without your help, thanks. And this? Using the darkness? That can't end well.
And it didn't before. But this time...
Hold on. Before?
In another timeline, Anna, you were... too obsessed with your past for your own good. And I was too selfish for my own good. The truth is, I'm not from this timeline. Where I come from, the darkness won. And I tried to shield you from it, but all I did was drive you to it. I'm sorry for keeping so much from you. I think the best way to help you now is just to be there for you.
Look, I don't mean to be ungrateful, and it's incredible that you're alive. Really. But I don't know how to handle this. I'm sorry.
Anna, wait!
Being honest with her was the right thing to do.
Time will tell. For now, I'll keep working to find the location of Clovis's stasis research. We'll talk again soon.
Anna will come around. I hope. In the meantime, Clovis's journal has turned up another stasis enhancement, and I want you to have it. You know where to find me. The Guardian returns to camp. The Exo Stranger seems troubled as they approach. Perhaps I shouldn't have dropped so much on Anna at once. In my past attempts to befriend her across other timelines, I always try to ease her into these revelations. She shifts uncomfortably, but we no longer have time for ease. I just hope that by creating a different world, one where the darkness can't get its filthy claws into our heads, that Anna will come around. If she doesn't, then this whole thing may be a wash once again. The Exo Stranger shakes it off. No, can't be. This time, things truly are different. You're walking proof of that. You and your resilience to the manipulations of darkness. So let's keep up the good fight by continuing to use Clovis's research for good. Speaking of, here's what I found this time. It's yours to do with as you please. Deep Stone Crypt. A fire team of 6 are alerted to activity at the Deep Stone Crypt, which has been declared off limits by the Vanguard up till now.
Eramis found it. The Deep Stone Crypt. The birthplace of the Exo. And a prison for something sinister. Her followers intend to make use of it, to unleash a chaos they do not understand. Their success needs untamed power beyond their wildest dreams. They must be stopped.
They encounter crypt security. House Salvation forces attempt to stop the Guardians from progressing, but are fought off, and crypt security is forced offline. This action trips a backup system, and the crypt's AI is brought back online.
Crypt power systems compromised. Initiating emergency backup system. Crypt status active. Orbital status standby. Humanoid lifeforms detected. Approaching clarity control. Threat determined. Crypt compromised. Nuclear descent protocol recommended.
The fire team come across a veiled statue, similar to those found in the pyramids, in a room called Clarity Control.
Clarity control breached. A single unregistered exo and a single life form of unknown biology detected in the crypt laboratory. Status disastrous. Notice, vacate the premises immediately. This will be your only warning.
They enter the laboratory. The unregistered Exo is revealed to be an Eliknsi called Athrys 1, who releases... Wait, is that Taniks? Taniks flies into a rage upon seeing Guardians, bashing his fist against a glass screen separating them, before disappearing.
Sector reassessment. Orbital platform active. Orbital platform breached. Status calamitous.
The fire team face off against Athrys 1 in the crypt, and in space aboard the Morningstar orbital platform, where they finally defeat them.
Multiple hostile intruders detected within the orbital platform. Orbital confinement
The fire team are forced to continue their pursuit of Taniks, who has headed to the nuclear contingency chamber outside of the station, where the crypt AI directly addresses them.
Artificial intelligence activated. Enjoying yourselves, intruders? It's worth knowing the cataclysmic damage you will be responsible for today. Do not fool yourselves. This facility is not simply the fruitless work of some pathetic scientist. This house was built by the genius Clovis Bray I himself. Within lies humanity's salvation. La Fontaine du Jouvence. Made possible by Clarity Control. Magnificent, wasn't it? An entity from beyond our own dimension. And the answer to humanity's eternal struggle. Mortality.
Guardian.
Were it to fall into the wrong hands, humanity and the universe would be utterly doomed. I have no reason to believe you are anything other than the wrong hands. You now face godlike judgment. May it extend eternally. Nuclear descent protocol active. Utter destruction of Europa imminent.
The fire team catch up with Taniks, but the imminent threat is the activation of a number of nuclear devices that are being primed to explode and destroy the Deepstone Crypt, which they work to neutralize as the orbital station begins to plummet toward Europa, burning up as it enters its atmosphere.
Nuclear descent protocol deactivated. Orbital collision remains imminent. Clever little rats. I will not forget what you have done here today. Upon collision, the crypt will be torn open and all defenses will be destroyed. It is now open to all, allies and enemies alike. If you do not defend it, the results could be world-ending. Humanity's fate is now on you. Best of luck.
A safe room that survives the impact only to discover Taniks has as well. Taniks has combined his ruined body with that of a shank, and the fire team are forced to tackle this new abomination. Taniks is finally defeated. We think.
Sooner or later, we must all face the consequences of our struggle for power. For Eramis, the deep stone crypt provided another grasp at darkness. But firm it was not. Their loss is our gain. For the deepest secrets of Europa are now within our grasp.
Uncovered memories. After the raid has ended, Banshee 44 asks the Guardian if they can help him with a new problem.
A bunch of Guardians storm the Deepstone Crypt, and the next thing I know, I wake up in a daze sprawled out on the floor. It seems crazy to assume the two are connected, but then again, stranger things and all that, you know. Now you walk in here and my insides go haywire all over again. A lot of weird images flashing through my mind. Hard to make sense of them all. Vex. Blade. And a few dead Exos on Europa. Unhappy with their lot in life, I imagine. Not sure what that's about. Maybe we see about finding them. Help me make sense of all this. I'll be waiting. Looking like some of those flashes are of me trudging through ice and snow, passing bodies of my fellow Exos. One of them looked to be surrounded by Vex technology, another amongst the ruins of an old city, and another surrounded by factory equipment. The rest are a blur. Shame I left them behind. Wish I knew why. Bet you might figure that out.
Dead Exos. The Guardian tracks down several dead Exos on Europa. When one's body is found in the concealed void, Lost Sector.
We'll live forever, he said. In history and in reality. We should have known he was selling us a bill of goods. But when we followed him through that gate, into an impossible world, when we witnessed creatures that mechanize their own sun, oh, it was just as romantic as I'd imagined when we set off for this godforsaken ice cube. I thought, I'll never forget this as long as I live. How pitifully ironic.
Nox 4 is found within Bray Exocide.
3. You're saying I've been rebooted 3 times. Memory bank's been wiped clean and everything. Completely wiped. Are you sure? I've just been having this real strong craving for my mom's potato onion pierogies is all. I know what you've programmed, but why would you specify a food made by a person I don't know and will never meet? A glitch. That's what I figured. 'Cause you'd have to be pretty twisted to curse me to eternal dissatisfaction on purpose.
Wesley 3 is found in the Asterian Abyss.
Any day now. It'll be time for another reboot. I have all the signs. They say I should do it now. Get it over with. But I don't want to forget. Not anymore. I try to record all I can, but how can I possibly describe how it felt to hold my son? My son? I had a... Is this the child in my dreams? The one that says, "What does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God."
Lost Lament.
Those dead Exos you found are giving me a headache, something fierce. And even more flashes. That blade again, in more glory than before. Must be important. Also saw frozen over labs filled with dormant Exos. Even saw one the size of a giant. Gonna take a guess and say that's your next stop. Wherever it is.
The Guardian activates the Clovis AI after finding 3 Exo bodies.
Artificial intelligence activated. Who in the hell do you think you are?
Excuse me?
The deep stone crypt has stood for centuries without intervention, and from the ether, your people swoop in and destroy my work without thought.
Your work? Are you?
More than just an AI? Indeed. I am an exact replica of Clovis Bray the First's consciousness. Woken, thanks to the intruders in the crypt.
Those Guardians weren't the intruders. They were trying to protect it from the Fallen.
Fallen?
An alien race that appeared after the collapse.
The collapse? Sounds like I have much to catch up on. I suppose, if you're telling the truth, I should offer my gratitude to your kind. In the meantime, perhaps you can refrain from further destroying my life's work. Oh, you again. And what should I help you with this time?
It's our friend, Banshee, an Exo. He had scattered visions of dead Exos that mentioned a blade and led to you.
Did you say Banshee?
Yes, he's our gunsmith.
How interesting. You're after the blade then, I assume.
We're just out to help our friend make sense of his memories. Hoping the blade helps with that.
Yes, I'm aware of where it lies. You want it? Prove you're worth my time first.
Same to you.
You really want to help your friend, Banshee? Start by eliminating any Vex you can find. They've long been more than just a pain in my side. One day, they will answer to us. Until then, see that they're dealt with. I know you desire the blade, but you can't have it just yet. I'll need a few tasks completed first. It's been a while since I've been awake. And now this alien race you call Fallen infest my colony. They must be dealt with in short order. See to it. Not quite yet. The blade is only for those who can handle its power. Sure, you've proven yourself somewhat, but I'll need to see you survive one of the training modules built for Exos first. Best of luck. Last thing, I swear, there's still a number of Vex running around. Some too dangerous to leave unattended. Escort them out of this life, and I'll give you what you're after. Well then, perhaps I owe you the other side of quid pro quo. The blade you're looking for was broken into pieces somewhere in the glassway. By now, the Vex have likely found it themselves. Someone as capable as you should have no issue retrieving it from them. Now, leave me be. Oh, did I forget to mention it was broken? Not my problem. Perhaps this Banshee friend of yours can help. Until next time.
Not sure exactly what we're looking for in that bunker, but my instinct tells me it's something to do with that broken blade. Look for a bunker hidden beneath the ice. That's the best I got for you.
Hello?
Clovis?
You've meddled in my affairs, haven't you? The Vex march on me through no provocation of my own.
We were just searching for the blueprints to reforge the blade.
And provoked the Vex to my doorstep in the process. If you desire the end result of those blueprints, you'd best make haste.
The Guardian hurries to save the Clovis AI from being destroyed.
Clovis, we're almost to you.
Any slower and there will be no me left to protect. The Vex gather en masse at the facility entrance.
We're doing what we can.
Allow my assistance, then. There's an old maintenance tank outside. Acquire it. Demolish those monstrosities.
This must be the tank.
The Guardian gets into the tank and uses it to kill the Vex.
The Vex are everywhere. Almost like they were waiting for us.
It's possible the Vex use me now as bait to retrieve the blade. In their hands, it will be lost forever, along with your beloved Banshee's memories.
The Guardian clears out the Vex outside the facility.
The Vex storm the facility. I require immediate protection.
We're coming.
The Guardian enters the exoscience lab.
Do you spot my security frames? I'm unable to detect them. They've likely been apprehended by the Vex.
We'll free any we can find.
They've found me. Where are you?
We're almost there.
The blade, do you retain it? It must be reformed.
So now you want to help us?
That blade was the bane of the Vex, wielded by a valiant Exo the last time they invaded, centuries ago. In pieces, the Vex believe they have a chance to reacquire it. I will relent this once. I should have helped you sooner. We must now rebuild it together. There, the pedestal. Place the blade upon it. I will initiate the forging protocol.
The Guardian places the blade on the pedestal.
The Onslaught has arrived. They must not disrupt the forging process.
We'll hold them off.
Forging protocol complete. Take it. Now.
The Guardian claims the blade.
Wield the blade. Destroy them all. Every last one.
And the Guardian wields the blade to destroy the Vex.
That's the last of them.
I suppose I owe you a debt of gratitude. However, I generally prefer not to be indebted to anyone. As such, you may consider the blade your property. Though you should allow this Banshee an opportunity to test its integrity once more.
You sure you're safe?
Thanks to you, yes. Until our next meeting.
Last stop.
Seems like we've got a lot to discuss. The visions haven't stopped, but I think I get it now. You know where to find me.
The Guardian returns to Banshee after acquiring his blade.
Well, that did it. I can see a bit clearer now. The thing, the big Exo head, it's me, and I'm it. Both of us. Clovis Bray. Well, that's certainly something. I don't feel like the old man, but it's coming into focus more each minute. I know now I used that sword to repel a takeover by the Vex during the Golden Age. Looks like you've done something similar. No need to hand it over. It's yours now. Thanks for protecting, well, me. I think I'll be making a trip over there at some point. Visit my giant self. Learn more about who I was. I've questions, and it sounds like I've also got answers. Hopefully, I've got nothing left to answer for.
Legacy's Oath strides.
I don't always know where I've been, what I've done. Every so often, a weapon comes across my workbench, and I see traces. What looks like my work. Something that sparks a memory, a flash. Nothing of substance. Nothing reliable. Marks on my body tell me I've seen plenty of action. If need be, I'm ready for more. The tower is my home. It suits me, and I'll protect it no matter the cost. I'm treated like a person here, not a machine. Feeling accepted and enjoying your work aren't easy things to come by. And I'm... sure, I'm already doing the most important work of any of my lives. Safeguarding humanity. Arming Guardians. Ready to defend what I care about. Can't think of a higher calling for myself. Being an Exo isn't some sort of curse. It's given me opportunities I wouldn't have otherwise. I'm... lucky. I don't live with the burden of whoever I was. A lot of folks only get one chance. I've had 44 to start over, to get it right. I feel like I've done it this time. Must have messed up the previous 43. I know I never want to see 45, that's for sure. If I have to give everything I have to save the people and home I care about, so be it. Might be time for a new generation, anyway. This is who I want to be. My choice. I want to be good. Make a difference. A lot of people are driven by selfishness, greed, obsessing over things they can't control. I try not to let those things guide me. I aim to be my own guide, and so far, I'd say it's been pretty successful. Everyone should be so fortunate. A fresh start to do what's right. I'll keep doing what I can. There's a whole world of good and bad out there. Only one is worth helping.
Born in Darkness, Part 4. The Guardian returns to Eliknsi for a fourth and final time to decrypt the journal of Clovis Bray.
Turns out Clovis really did find stasis power within the darkness. He just didn't know how to use it. So naturally, he hid it. Lucky for us, he did so in the most Clovis Bray of locations. With himself. The giant Exo at the bottom of the Exo factory? That's him. Well, his AI. And I think it's time we all had a talk. Anna included. This is her journey too. In the dark future, she was going to take it with or without me. And when I wasn't there, the darkness was. I won't let that happen again.
With Clovis's journal fully decrypted, the Exo Stranger has tracked your final stasis learnings to the giant Exo head within creation, inside Bray Exoscience. It appears that to unlock it, the Guardian will need to empower the skeleton key with stasis one final time, before bringing it to the giant Exo head. With our journal decrypted, we know where the final bit of stasis research is. Like I said, with the man himself. But before we reach the AI, the key will need to be empowered one last time. The journal implies the key should unlock something within the AI, and that we'll find what we're looking for in doing so. Start by using stasis to empower the skeleton key with darkness. We'll go from there. Seems like we'll need more darkness energy than usual to empower the key this time. So we'll take stasis to some of our more powerful enemies. You've got this. One final burst of energy, and we'll have what we need to face the Clovis AI together. There's a fallen captain that's been making its way towards him. Taking it down should be all you need. This is it. Communing with the Clovis AI should lead us to his final stasis research. Though I am hardly looking forward to speaking to him again. I don't just have a history with the man himself. The AI and I had troubles of our own long ago. In fact, it was I who shut him down in the first place. I doubt he'll be happy to see me again. The Guardian rendezvous with Eliknsi and Anna at the Clovis Bray AI.
Anna, you came back.
Yeah, well, it's not every day you reunite with your robot sister after the apocalypse. And because I figured if you went to that much trouble to protect me, you must really care.
I do. I've just been scared, Anna, about losing you again. I thought I was doing the right thing, keeping the truth from you.
All you need to do is be my sister, Eliknsi. Whatever truths we face, no matter how tough, we'll do it together.
No better time than the present, then. You brought it?
Confidential intelligence activated. It has been centuries since our collective passing, and yet my granddaughters, Elizabeth and Anastasia, stand before me, alive.
Clovis?
Yes, Anastasia. It's me.
Incredible.
I assume since you've made it this far, you've come for my research. Potent darkness energy. This is what you were looking for, Elizabeth? I could never use it. Something tells me you can.
I can, and will, but not alone. We can all use it for good, to save humanity.
No. What? It's not what it's for at all. It's for research, for legacy, for the Bray name only.
Why am I not surprised?
Don't get holier than thou on me, Elizabeth. Need I remind it was you who volunteered for Project Exo? You knew the Bray name was at stake and you fought for it. Unlike your sisters, your mother, even your father, all ungrateful and weak.
You were always a bastard, Clovis.
And yet, you stood beside me willingly, even into eternal life. Life I gave you.
Well, good thing you did. Because I'm going to use it to help save the universe from evil like you.
Your naivete was always to be your downfall, granddaughter. Enjoy the gift, and don't forget, you'll always be a Bray. Like me.
You know, Clovis was always problematic, but he used to have some humanity before he let the darkness take it from him.
Screw him. He can't control us anymore. Let's take this power and use it exactly like he doesn't want us to. For humanity.
Anna's right. We have what we came for. Time to take it to the ziggurat. Come find me after.
The Guardian returns to Elsie after her meeting with Clovis.
I just wanted to say thank you. For so much. Most of all, helping me reunite with my sister. In the dark future, Anna was tempted. And I wasn't there for her. From now on, she can count on me. And when she's ready to wield darkness for good, I'll be right there to guide her. In fact, I'll be here to guide anyone who wants it. The Vanguard only recognizes the light. Someone has to do the same for the dark. Or else we risk losing everyone and everything. We have a universe yet to save. I'm looking forward to doing it together.
The Exo Stranger imagines a world where light and dark fight side by side. She believes the Guardians' help in getting there has been instrumental, but reminds them that their work together has only just begun. If they are to see her vision through to a better world, there is much work left to do, and many potential allies yet to convince of the importance in using darkness for good. Until then, the Guardians' continued usage of stasis in the fight against evil should help further the cause. Thank you to anyone who has listened to this all the way to the end. I was blown away by the response to the first Beyond Light video, and it means a lot to see other people getting some enjoyment out of this little passion project of mine. If you have not listened to part 1, then I guess now that you've unlocked Clovis Bray's journal, you should make that your next stop. If you are all caught up, however, then the next episode will be Season of the Hunt, which kicks off arguably the most ambitious story project Bungie had ever committed to in Destiny up to that point. And I cannot wait for us to meet Crow for the first time and have Osiris begin one hell of a year for his character. So, subscribe if you want to be notified when that next episode is released. Shout out, as usual, to the Destiny community resources, Ishtar Collective, Destinypedia, Destiny Lore Vault, the Destiny Lore subreddit, Destiny Music Archive, and Last City Radio for their work that allows fan projects like this to exist, and, as always, to all the writers, artists, designers, and developers at Bungie who create Destiny.